When a single mother begins to experience terrifying paranormal attacks, she quickly becomes a tortured soul, imprisoned by the specters that inhabit her home. But with the assistance of a friend and parapsychologists, can she be freed from her torment? Or will the entity destroy all of their lives? This is a very famous haunting indeed, and yet a highly controversial one. This is the untold story of the entity haunting, also known as the Doris Bther's case of California. And this story, as per many of them, is yet another one you won't want to watch in the dark or alone. It's important to note that the activity was taking place prior to the start of the timeline of this case. And although details are scarce, I've done what I can to tell the most accurate story possible. In the summer of 1974, in Culver City, California, 2 UCLA students were inside a Barnes & Noble bookstore on a dry and hot day. The 2 men were in search of a particular book that they believed could help them decipher a particular case that they were interested in. These 2 weren't just any students, however. They were parapsychologists Carrie Grainer and Barry Taff, who ran at the time a parapsychologist lab at the university. As they browsed the aisles of books, the 2 were having a conversation regarding the paranormal. As they exchanged details about the case that intrigued them, a woman would overhear them on the aisle opposite of theirs. Working up the courage, she walked over to the men's aisle and approached them. She would tell them that she had a friend who was constantly under attack by unseen entities, and that it was a desperate situation, that she needed help from someone with their kind of expertise. The friend in question was a woman named Doris Bther, a middle-aged single mom from Culver City with 4 children. Doris was not only under attack by forces that she couldn't see or fight against, but so was her family. According to her friend, a woman calling herself Candy, Doris had claimed that the activity had started months prior and included, but wasn't limited to, objects moving on their own, translucent figures, horrendous, putrid odors that seemingly wafted in from out of nowhere, only to dissipate at random, unusual noises such as banging, knocking, and scratching coming from impossible places, like inside the walls, the ceiling, the floor, with no rational origin as to what could be causing them. And disturbingly further, multiple physical assaults, all of which were increasing in intensity, frequency, and aggression. Certainly interested and feeling as if their lives had just changed out of the blue, the 2 investigators took down the woman's information and sought permission from their supervisor at the parapsychology lab at UCLA, a woman named Thelma Moss. It's important to note that from the 1960s through the 1970s, and even into the 1980s, there was a massive influx of New Age religious movements and interest in occult practices in the United States. These interests gave rise to short-lived, albeit interesting programs at universities, such as the parapsychology lab that's being mentioned now. The UCLA Parapsychology Lab was actually an umbrella offshoot program of the neuropsychology program, and the goal was to study the various phenomena associated with the occult, the afterlife, and spiritual matters, among other things. Upon receiving permission, Barry and Carrie set back off to Culver City to begin what would ultimately become a 10-week investigation, and one that would change their lives and all of those involved forever. August 22nd of 1974. The 2 paranormal investigators arrive at Doris Bther's home. The investigation, as it should, started off preliminary, with the 2 men wanting to get a feel for the situation. Doris's authenticity and if they personally felt anything while at the location or in the field there in person. The first thing the two men noticed was how run down the house was. Barry would later say it was a small shack of a house, and it turns out it had already been twice condemned by the city. She shouldn't have been living there, let alone her and her children. Trying to push preconceived notions out of their minds, the two knocked on the door and would meet Doris for the first time. Upon breaching the threshold of the dilapidated house, the men would sit down with the visually anxious woman in her living room to begin their interview. From the very start of the story, Doris was incredibly uncomfortable with giving out personal information, whether it was her age, history, or personal relationships. So Barry and Carrie, picking up on this, decided to strictly center the interview around the experiences that the woman had allegedly had happen. So Doris began to elaborate on what her and her friend had already told the men, prompting their visit in the first place. Shockingly though, alongside what they had already been told, that the family was being harassed, that translucent figures and unexplained noises haunted their waking lives, Doris soon also told them that she was being frequently assaulted by these unseen forces. They somewhat knew of this because of her friend, but they didn't have too many details to go off of at the time. These assaults, she said, had happened both when she was alone, as well as when her children were home, that the entities had gone so far as to assault her in full view of her children, mentally scarring all those experiencing the event. She would also mention the frequency of the attacks were ever increasing and their aggression was ever growing. She described the force as if it were 3 entities, 2 smaller men and one larger one. The 2 smaller ones would hold her down, while the larger one did what it wanted to do. The 2 men looked at each other following these statements, Barry sighing and placing his hands on his head. He would later say that, once we heard those words leave her mouth, I honestly sat back and thought to myself that this woman is either on drugs or psychotic, because this is just too unbelievable. Believing Doris to be experiencing some kind of mental health crisis, the 2 would refer her to a psychiatric clinic on the UCLA campus so that she could hopefully receive the help that she needed. They would then pack up their belongings, thank her for her time, and set back off to UCLA, believing that this would be the last time that they would deal with her. However, it would be far from the last time that all 3 would cross paths. Just 10 days later, Barry would receive a phone call from Doris, claiming that not only had the paranormal activity worsened, but that her friends and neighbors were now having their own experiences, like the entities were haunting the land, or possibly trying to feed off of all others that were accessible nearby. And this thought just further struck intrigue and curiosity within him. Reluctant at first, believing the room for the possibility that perhaps they were wrong, Barry agreed to head back out with Carrie for a follow-up interview. This was mostly due to there being outside people experiencing the alleged phenomenon. Several days later, the 2 men would arrive yet again at the rundown home of Doris Bther. But upon entering the home, differing from last time, they were hit with the foulest odor that either of them had ever experienced in their entire lives. In later interviews, Barry Taft would say, it was a putrid smell of rotting organic matter, like that of rotting flesh. It was a pungent, sour, and nauseating smell. Unsure of what to make of this, the 2 followed Doris into her kitchen this time to discuss her case further. As they all stood there listening to one another, a cabinet door suddenly opened several feet away from them, with no one near it close enough to open it themselves. It was as if the cabinet had a mind of its own, or an invisible hand had thrown it open. That wouldn't be all either. A heavy cast iron frying pan launched at the 3 of them from within the confines of the cabinet. Barry would later describe it being thrown at them like this, that the pan was thrown with a huge amount of force, in a ballistic arc, just barely missing us. Moments after dodging the object, the two men quickly turned from skeptics to believers. Not only was there something paranormal happening within the walls of this condemned home, but whatever it was clearly was powerful and malevolent. It was now blatantly apparent that Doris and her children were in potential danger. Typically speaking, personal history can go a long way into deciphering just how or why a person is being haunted by supernatural forces, such as what could they have done to open a door to such things? Was it a personal choice, a family curse, or something else entirely? In the case of Doris Bther, with how cryptic she was about her personal information at the time of the investigation, not much was known until long after her life was over, which we'll get into later. This lack of information and cooperation would prove to hurt, not help, Barry and Carrie in their pursuit to now assist the woman who is being tormented by invisible and violent entities. Deciding to rehash the information so they could decide best how to approach the situation, Barry and Carrie again interviewed Doris and asked her to start from the very beginning. She would inevitably tell them the same stories, but this time with more information. She explained that her and her children had lived at a previous home and had experienced several happenings there prior to moving to the house that they now lived in Culver City. The activity had started small, the feeling as if they were being watched, the occasional apparition of a person out of the corner of their eye, but nothing much at first other than anxiety. But that too would be short-lived. Objects there as well began moving on their own. One night, a lamp in particular was thrown across the room, and that's when they knew they were dealing with something that they couldn't comprehend, let alone explain. The apparitions themselves would too go from fuzzy figures being seen out of the corners of their eyes to full-blown manifestations of translucent figures that would be seen by everyone. These see-through men terrified and tormented everyone, especially the children. And this, along with some other personal hardships, is what prompted Doris to move to Culver City in the first place, in the hopes of starting fresh and leaving behind whatever darkness that was bothering them. But that would prove to be wishful thinking. Shortly after moving into her new Culver City home, Doris had received a knock on her door one afternoon. Upon opening the door, she came face to face with who she described as an elderly Mexican lady standing before her. The woman asked her if she was the person who now lived there, and upon answering yes, the woman then told Doris that she had come to deliver a message. She said that she needed to get out immediately. Upon asking why she felt this way, the woman told Doris that she used to live there when it was a farm many years ago, when she had been a little girl, that something very evil haunted the grounds in which the home was built upon, and that she and whoever else may be there were in very real danger. Doris, unsure of what to make of this because she had never seen or met this woman before, let alone told her about her previous experiences in her last home, asked what she meant by something very evil. The woman, who was starting to walk away now, only said, "You need to leave while you still can." When the words left the old woman's lips, every hair on Doris's body stood on end, as if she was electrified, and her blood ran ice cold. She would never encounter this woman ever again. Several weeks after this interaction, the very same activity the family had previously encountered returned with a vengeance. With this new information provided by Doris, Barry and Carrie were fairly certain that whatever the force was had more than likely followed her and her family from their previous residence, but as to why or how, those questions still remained. As the team gathered more information from Doris, It seemed that the deeper they dug into her story, the more abhorrent and charged the paranormal activity became. Alongside the previously mentioned happenings, the children too were being oppressed. They began to be slapped by invisible hands, woken up in the middle of the night by these beings tormenting them, holding them down, and hitting them. One dark night, the oldest son, while walking into the hallway to use the restroom after waking up out of a sound sleep, claimed to have bumped into a person that he couldn't see, leaving him petrified. Another important note here is that Doris did indeed have 4 children, but her oldest child, a girl, lived at another residence, thus leaving Doris and her 3 sons at the Culver City house. The family all described the spirits as feeling male, as if they were mean and masculine beings who sought to bully them and take what they wanted at any given time. The children would come to refer to the largest of the men as Mr. Who's It, as in, who is it? An enigmatic yet scary nickname for something that none of them quite understood, nor could they. As time progressed during the investigation, Barry and Carrie decided that they needed to try and obtain as much physical evidence as possible. During the last several weeks, they compiled a team of other UCLA students who either worked at or were interested in parapsychology via the lab. However, given the age of the program they were involved with, and it already being lightly funded by the university, coupled with the skepticism of Thelma Moss, no additional funding was thrown Barry and Carrie's way. Therefore, they had to work with what they had. And what they had was enough for themselves, several fellow student investigators, and a few professional photographers to document any findings. Their gear would include EMF readers, temperature gauges, recording devices, and Ouija boards. The group now would try their best to document evidence of the haunting at Doris Bther's home, not only in efforts to prove that the paranormal exists, but to hopefully try and figure out just why these entities were plaguing her and her family in efforts to assist her. They first tried to provoke interactions with the beings, asking questions in hopes of receiving answers, such as 1 knock for yes and 2 knocks for no, or recording audible answers called EVPs, otherwise known as electronic voice phenomena. However, due to their limitations, any audible answers they received couldn't really be confirmed at the time. Either the audio would be too muffled or too broken to make out. Candy, Doris's friend, who originally sought out their help, was also present during many of the visits. She had claimed psychic ability, being able to see and feel things that others couldn't. So attempting to use her abilities as a tool, they would try and provoke answers using her. These attempts would also prove not to be very fruitful. Since you can't really document a feeling as being watched or the anxiety it produces, aside from how a person looks when experiencing these emotions, since they weren't receiving much interaction with their current methods, the investigators took to mostly taking photos while asking questions to those around them, as well as the presence in the house. With 9 cameras set up, some being held by students and others on tripods or being held by hired photographers, they would take hundreds of photos, but time after time, each photo proved nothing. Frustrated after hours this particular day of no findings, most of the crew congregated in the kitchen, considering calling it a quits since not really much was happening. It was here that after several minutes, Candy shouted, "It's right in front of me," prompting those that were closest to her to run to her. Candy and Doris had been sitting next to one another in Doris's room when Candy allegedly saw what she saw. Ahead of the rest, Carrie would ultimately get there and take several Polaroid photos in hopes of catching whatever it was that the woman had claimed she had seen. To his surprise, the first 2 pictures were completely bleached white. Not quite blank, but something seemed to be obscuring the camera. Thinking perhaps his camera in particular was malfunctioning, he waited until Candy said that the force was gone. He then snapped 2 more photos with the same camera in the same spot to try and determine if that was indeed the case. Yet this time, the 2 photos came out normal. They didn't show anything of significance, but they showed the room, a far cry difference versus the first 2 photos. Mere minutes after this took place, everyone present was flabbergasted when the front door swung open by itself, and a frigid breeze was felt blowing into the house, despite the temperature being rather warm that day outside. What followed this occurrence was the worst stench that most of the people present said that they had ever smelled in their entire lives. It was again a putrid, rotting odor, like that of decaying meat. It caused at least 3 people to vomit on the spot. Carrie and several others, despite the scent, took photos in the direction that it seemed to be flowing, and where it seemed to settle was in front of Candy. She then began exclaiming that the entity was right in front of her, and each time photos were taken, they were bleached out completely, or semi-bleached. This was bizarre to say the least, because these photos were taken across multiple cameras. For comparison's sake again, Carrie waited until Candy said that the entity was gone, and asked those present to take additional photos. And again, like the first time, normal photos were presented. This particular day was not only weird, but presented what the group considered some evidence. But despite this evidence, they still were unsure of how to even begin to help Doris. So again, they would follow up in a few more days, but this time with even more people. A total of 20 altogether, some paid and some volunteers. But both Barry and Carrie felt that the more people they could have experience the phenomenon, the better. As everyone arrived in several carloads, they again would unload their equipment inside the small Culver City, California home, and then waited for something paranormal to occur. The first several hours didn't yield many results, but the 3rd hour was spectacular. Balls of light began to appear on the walls and floors. Wanting to make sure someone wasn't faking it, Carrie asked the presence to prove that it was really there with them, to come into the center of the living room, and it obliged. A ball of light, lime green in color, several feet across, lifted from the wall and moved into the center of the room, and began to oscillate, hover, and move, before dissipating after several minutes. With everyone stunned by what had just taken place, they quickly began to check the photos they had taken with all 9 of the cameras they had at that time. Although they had limited success capturing the light phenomenon, they did manage to gather several interesting pieces of evidence. Besides orbs themselves, surrounding Doris, the light had created a reverse arc that seemed to surround her. Following this investigation, with not a lot of other tangible pieces of evidence, the photos capturing the lights quickly became the main focus and findings of the team. With the crew spending so much time on this investigation in particular, the head of the department at UCLA, Thelma Moss, who had originally given the go-ahead and funding for the investigations to take place, had heard so much about what had happened, and though she wasn't convinced in the beginning, she wanted to go and try and experience the phenomena for herself. So her, Barry, and Carrie made a visit to Doris's home. But after arriving, and after several hours of no activity, despite being told everything that had happened, with only a few questionable photos being presented to her, Thelma would ultimately pull the plug on the project. Thus, this would be the last time that any of them would visit Doris Bther's residence. She would not get the clarity or assistance that she originally sought, and thus her investigation, at least by the UCLA parapsychology lab, came to an abrupt end. By the time the investigators exited her life, thankfully, she was able to save enough money from working multiple jobs to be able to finally move out of the dilapidated home where the majority of the activity had taken place. However, despite Taft's best intentions, she did not leave any sort of a forwarding address with anyone who had been involved in the original investigations. Now, this case, albeit famous, as previously mentioned, is a controversial one for several reasons. But before we get into the evidence, let's first discuss Doris Bther and her troubled past. Doris did not provide many details to the original crew who was investigating her case. This was certainly a hindrance for both her and certainly a failure on behalf of the investigators. But from what I was able to find, is that she absolutely had a problem with alcohol for sure. Possibly drugs as well, but those allegations aren't provable. In later interviews, Barry would mention that for the majority of the time that they were at Doris's house, she almost always was drinking hard liquor and had an incredibly strained relationship with her children. I did also previously mention that she had an older daughter that she didn't have custody of. It's possible that perhaps these previous issues had something to do with that. The claims of spectral molestation also could never be proven outside of the members of the household sharing what they had seen. Doris had mentioned it quite a bit, but it was certainly out of Barry and Carrie's area of expertise, so they didn't really want to get involved with that aspect of the case. She'd explained that she had bruising in her inner thighs and her groin, but had never taken a trip to the hospital to have said allegations proven or documented, if they could have been. But then again, what could she have told the staff or authorities at that point? They probably would have had her committed. Could these claims possibly be a result of her mental health and past abuse? Again, these questions we can only speculate the answers to. Aside from Doris's clearly troubled life, another part that makes this case so controversial is the evidence and the investigation itself, really. And keep in mind that Barry and Carrie at this time, they were students at UCLA. They weren't seasoned investigators. So in that regard, having been there myself in a sense as an investigator, a paranormal investigator, I can somewhat understand why they made some of the mistakes that they did. So Barry and Carrie would both go on to gain major notoriety as a result of this case, and others, such as the San Pedro haunting involving Jackie Hernandez, which I also have a video on. But at this time, they were both students, relatively inexperienced, and this clearly showed during their investigation. Barry, who would go on to be an informal spokesman for the case years later, would make several comments in regards to the photos themselves, saying that they were fairly inexperienced with the cameras that they used at the time, often messing up photos accidentally because they simply weren't familiar with how to use the technology properly. We also have to bear in mind that they did have professional photographers that they paid for as well, so take that and do what you will. The photos themselves would be authenticated and then published by Popular Photography, which was a magazine at the time, and would be the only ghost-related photos to ever be published in the magazine. As the photos in the case gained notoriety, as a result of this, Frank D. Felita, an author, producer, and director, would take an interest in the case, and he actually tracked down Doris Bther for the rights to her story. Upon meeting her, he would discover that the phenomena had indeed followed Doris, but after 5 painstaking years, had finally ebbed away to the point to where it was a mere shadow of its former self. Frank would ultimately make a fictionalized version of Doris's story that would become known as The Entity and would be published in 1978. It would later be adapted into a now famous film in 1982. Doris not only had a troubled life of both physical and substance abuse, but also gained a lot of unwanted attention as a result of the book and the film that followed. It is unknown how much, if any, money she received for the hell that she claimed to have endured for all those years. And I do find it incredibly sad that she ultimately didn't receive the help that she initially needed and wanted. And following all of this publicity, she all but vanished from public life. Doris Bther would pass away at the age of 58 in 1999 of cardiopulmonary failure after moving to Texas and then back to California. While it was stated that her death was a result of multiple organ failure, the precise cause of such untimely organ failure was never medically determined. Doris's chilling brush with unseen assailants came to be viewed as one of the most baffling yet controversial cases in the paranormal community, and is still clearly being discussed to this day. And what truly happened in the Bther home in Culver City, California, remains unclear. Was it a true intelligent haunting, poltergeist activity, or a demonic infestation? Was Doris simply a tormented woman with mental and substance abuse issues? Did she possess spiritual gifts that she wasn't aware of? Or was the entire thing an elaborate hoax of some kind? All of these questions and more we may never have the answers to, because those who possess them have already taken their final trip to the grave. Considered to be one of the most terrifying films of all time, the movie The Exorcist paralyzed the masses upon its release and brought the devil home to millions of people. Although the horror and special effects enhanced the story being portrayed, what if I told you that the story itself was inspired by a true story of demonic possession? When a young boy loses his beloved aunt, he starts to dabble with the occult and makes contact with the other side. But what he contacts isn't what he bargained for. What follows not only terrified a family, but by proxy thousands of people all over the world. This is the terrifying story of the exorcism of Roland Doe and the demons that plagued him. Our story starts in 1949 in a small town known as Cottage City in Maryland. A boy who we'll call Roland Doe is mourning the death of his beloved aunt. Aunt Millie's passing was very sudden, and the two had been extremely close. Millie was known for being an avid spiritualist, perhaps a New Age person of her time, and was always very interested in things like spirits, the afterlife, and Ouija boards. Seeing this activity, the young Roland became very interested as well, and alongside his Aunt Millie, he was taught by her how to properly use a Ouija board to contact the other side. Following her sudden death over the summer of 1948, as Roland mourned her, tucked away in a trunk of her belongings, he rediscovers the Ouija board that Aunt Millie had given him. In a moment of desperation, he laid the board on a nearby table and attempted to speak with Aunt Millie once again. But alas, despite his best efforts, no movement came from the board. It is this moment that is believed to be the catalyst for what would follow. Just days after Roland had used the board, things started happening, but not with the board itself. The entire family started hearing a steady dripping sound with seemingly no origin. And after this continued for about a week, they called in a plumber who ultimately would find no evidence of any sort of a pipe leak. Then the drips turned into thumps and scratches, both of which were seemingly coming from inside of the walls. The family, trying to make sense of the activity, first suspected mice. So as they had with the potential leak situation, they scheduled and then had a well-known exterminator come out. He too would find no evidence of any sort of infestation. Over the next several months, things would continue to escalate. Furniture began to move by itself, and other items were hurled across the room by an invisible force. The portrait of Jesus that hung on the wall began to rattle and shake as if it was being hit from behind. The happenings continued to grow with intensity, leading to a crescendo. The force seemed to move out of the walls and into Roland's room, and then into his bed. One night, he was violently awakened to his bed shaking profusely. He screamed for his mother, who came in and experienced the terror as well, leaving both of them at a loss for words. The family tried to decipher what was happening. They soon had Roland examined by a doctor and then a psychiatrist, both of whom concluded that the young man was very stressed out, but otherwise healthy. Day after day, the poor boy was being plagued by forces that he couldn't see or defend himself against. Markings began to materialize on his body. The first markings spelled out the word Bther. Beyond frightened and trying to find a resolution, the family used the Ouija board to try and contact Aunt Millie. They would indeed contact something when the board began to interact with them on its own, and the atmosphere of the room changed. They asked the spirit to prove that it was real. It obliged by hurling a chair across the living room. And this wasn't the only sign. The following morning, long burning welts appeared on Roland's legs, just as the previous markings had. This time, it spelled out the words, St. Louis. The family now had to consider the unthinkable, that their son was perhaps in the grip of something demonic. They quickly contacted their local pastor, who was a Lutheran, who came to the house to pray with the family. But after he too witnessed the marks appear on the young man's body, he suggested that the family contact the Catholic Church, since they tend to deal with these kinds of things. The family went ahead and fled the area in hopes that the activity would stay at the house. But after relocating with a family member in the suburb of St. Louis, Missouri, the paranormal happenings continued. Terrified and not knowing what else to do, the family reached out to Father Bther at the local Catholic parish, who, after a lengthy discussion, wasn't convinced that the boy was possessed. Bther, who was a World War II combat veteran, was a hardened man, but very practical and religious, no doubt. Not convinced, but wanting to help ease the family's stress, he agrees to pray over the boy. In due time, he would arrive at the house, and he would also be joined by a fellow priest by the name of Raymond Bishop. After meeting Roland, they all decided to pray together, and to the priest's great surprise, as soon as the first several sentences of prayer were uttered, the boy began to scream that his chest was burning. Upon opening the boy's shirt, they could see red cuts in his skin begin to appear. Now scared, the priest began to pray over the boy more intensely, lasting from about 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. At the conclusion of this session, Roland finally fell into a restful sleep, or so it seemed. After explaining to the family their thoughts on what could be taking place, they decided that they would convene among themselves to try and decide how to move forward to better assist Roland and his family. The priests returned to their homes and then met the following morning. It was here that both men decided that they were dealing with the real deal. Together, they made the decision to pursue an exorcism. Father Bther, as senior priest, reached out to the Archbishop of St. Louis to ask permission to perform the rites of exorcism, which he was granted under one request. That request being that he provided a day-to-day account for the church, to which he agreed. Each segment of this story from here on out is written with excerpts of what the priest documented during his experiences. Father Bther and Father Bishop returned to the residence 1 week later. They went upstairs and entered the boy's frigid room and began the ritual. Roland began to violently act out, so with the help of the boy's father subduing him, they were able to continue. It would be written out that the boy's blows were beyond that of his age. Each punch had the strength of one or more grown men behind it. Father Bishop found this out the hard way. Mid-prayer, Roland managed to break loose from his father and punched the priest in the face. It would later be discovered that he broke his nose. Following the aftermath of this first night, all for the first time in a long time seemed calm. The boy did not act out, but rather was unconscious and just peacefully slept. Perhaps, they thought, the prayers were beginning to work. However, that was until the priests left. Almost as quickly as their feet crossed the threshold of the residence, the boy began to yell and scream at the top of his lungs. This belligerent rage would last for hours. At the desperation of the parents, once they were able to recontact them, both priests returned as quickly as they could, and with the assistance of both the boy's father and now mother, they had no other choice other than to continue the ritual. Hour after hour, for approximately 4 hours, Roland screamed and contorted. Suddenly, the boy began to lurch as if he was going to throw up. He quickly asked for the window near his bed to be opened, which his mother did. Roland rushed to the window and vomited a thick, black-looking substance. Within minutes, he seemed to be normal, like his old self, for the first time in a long time. The family and the priest knelt down and thanked God. Kneeling beside him, they gave thanks for what seemed like a triumph of good over evil. But from the ritual Romanum, the Catholic rites of exorcism, sometimes the devil will leave the possessed person in peace to make it appear as if he has departed. The exorcist must see through this with the power of God and realize this is a trap. The boy seems to rest for the first time, and the family feels a true sense of relief, or so they think. It's now 2 a.m., and an uneasy quiet fills the house. The priests have been gone for several hours, when suddenly, Roland's screams begin to fill the house once again. Deep, guttural screams, as if something otherworldly is trying to break through his physical vessel. There is no rest for the wicked, nor is there rest for the good. Priests are called back yet again by Roland's parents and arrive yet again around 3:15 a.m., shortly into the bewitching hour. They return back to Roland's bedside, where he begins taunting and screaming at them, an all too familiar happening now. After several more hours of intense prayer, out of nowhere, the young man goes catatonic around 6 a.m., frozen like a statue. For all intents and purposes, he appears to be sleeping, but with his eyes wide open. The priests, not wanting to leave the home in case the devil decides to reappear yet again, take to visiting with the family for several more hours and conserving what little energy they have left. And it's a good thing that they did, because bizarre activity resumes around 8:30 a.m. with a vengeance. Various knocking noises, accompanied by Roland's screams, resume a seemingly never-ending hell. There is now more violence than ever before. Roland is exerting strength beyond his normal capacity. He begins barking in multiple octaves, as if there are two voices inside of him, fighting to escape. Amidst the chaos, his mother breaks down and has to leave the room for her own sanity. The boy she's looking at, she no longer recognizes as her son. Within due time, thankfully, Roland yet again goes catatonic. Following this event, Father Bther suggests that the boy be sent away to a worthy place where the exorcism can continue. An unfamiliar and sanctified place that will assist them in calling upon God to intervene in what is quickly being seen as the most intense case of possession that either of them had ever seen. This way, Roland is away from his mother and can no longer cause her any further distress as well. Ultimately, it's decided that he'll be sent to a hospital ran by an order of Catholic monks not too far from his current home, as well as the church in which the priests operate out of. A bit of a crossroads of sorts. After strange happenings and his terrifying behavior, his first night there, Roland is placed in a private room on a private floor above the psychiatric ward, not only for his own protection, but to keep him from scaring the other patients within the hospital walls. Father Bther returns the following evening with Father Bishop, and now with the additional help of Father Halloran. Halloran, who was a young seminarian then, was tasked with the main job of restraining the boy, if need be, during the prayers. And during times where things were calm, it was his job to visit with him and keep his spirits up. As the priests made their way to the top floor and entered Roland's room, Father Halloran began visiting with Roland and his father. Bther then blessed them with a small vial of holy water and then placed the vial on the dresser next to the bed. Just a few seconds after this, the vial flew across the room and smashed into the wall, shattering it into multiple pieces. In a later interview, as the only surviving priest who witnessed the activity, Father Halloran stated that that's how I knew we were dealing with the real deal, when that vial flew by itself across the room and smashed into the wall opposite of the dresser it was placed on. You read about these kinds of things, but they never really happen. Realizing that they needed to begin to do battle with the darkness that resided within the young man known as Roland Doe, the ritual formally began yet again. The boy began screaming and cursing the priests. He also revealed one of the telltale signs of possession as things began to escalate. Father Halloran's mother had recently passed away, something that Roland had no way of being able to know, especially since the two had only met for the first time before the prayers began this very day. He looked over at the priest, and with a dark and sinister smile across his face, said that his mother said hello, that she was rotting within the depths of hell. This both angered and scared the young priest, but also served as a distinguishing factor for him personally, that there indeed was another entity inhabiting the body of the boy that sat within this very room with them, something dark and malevolent. As many of you may or may not know, exorcism, typically speaking, isn't a one-and-done kind of situation. It can take months or even years to fully rid someone of one or several demonic entities, if at all. In this case, is no different. The prayers continued until Roland went catatonic and was laid peacefully back into his bed. Wanting to take an aggressive stance to rid the boy as fast as they could, all three priests, along with Roland's father, would again return the following day. Roland, by this time, was so violent that all four men were having a hard time holding him down. Aside from the multiple voices and curses, he began spitting a foul-smelling liquid at them as well. As the day continued, The boy was screaming that Father Halloran was hurting him as he was restraining him. The young priest loosened his grip and was instantly punched in the face, breaking his nose, leaving him a bloody mess. This concluded the ritual for that day. The ordeal for all those involved was quickly becoming an excruciating nightmare that they couldn't wake up from. Every day, all day, there was very little sign of progress. As for the priests, the task is exhausting, soul-draining, and at times, faith-breaking. But despite the discouraging signs, like any battle that has to reach an inevitable conclusion, the ritual must go on. With each exorcism, Roland becomes more violent, more angry, and also begins spontaneously urinating on top of his other abhorrent behaviors. As more objects begin to move more regularly as the paranormal manifestations continue. On day 18 of Roland being in the hospital, he asked for a pen and paper from the priests, and upon receiving it, he writes, "I am the devil himself, and within 10 days, I will give you a sign." Shortly after writing this down, he begins to scream as the Roman numeral 10 carves itself into the skin on his chest. Witnessing this, Father Bther decides to baptize the boy to hopefully aid his crusade against the demons that plague him. The following day, with Roland's permission, he performs a baptism, which seems to calm him down. But this calm was all too short-lived. After just about 10 minutes, he returns to his fits of anger and curses. Night after night, the prayers continue, and night after night, the boy is still overwhelmed. Roland screams, and the word in capital letters is seen carved into his chest. Exit. Horrified, the priests continue on with their prayers. The devil now seems to be speaking through Roland's body, as he says, "You need to say one more word, but you never say it." After the night's end at the hospital, the priests were puzzled as they pondered what this strange statement could have meant. But as they read through the Book of Exorcism, they realized that Father Bther was forgetting to read the word Lord time and time again. This not only frightened the men further, but also affirmed their suspicions as well. The following night, it was an ice-cold, rainy night. As the priests arrived at the facility, they could immediately sense that something wasn't right. From the parking lot, they could see that the lights on the floor that Roland was placed were flickering on and off, and in different rooms. As they checked in at the front desk, the clerk broke down in tears, trying to explain that things were especially bad, and that she was very scared. As they approached the boy's room, they noted a strong sulfuric smell coming from inside. And unlike previous nights, as soon as they entered the room, Roland began cursing at them, but this time in fluent Latin, a language he had never been exposed to prior to the exorcism's beginning, let alone one that he should have been fluent in. He also had never displayed foreign tongues before. As the priests began the ritual again, Roland stated that this was their sign. Father Bther then commanded the spirit to prove itself. And as the words left the priest's lips, the boy smiled and touched the priest's purple vestments that were draped over his shoulders. They then burst into hundreds of individual fibers. Now with their worst fears realized, the priests began to pray harder than they had ever prayed before. During the struggle, Roland broke a bed spring and attempted to stab Father Bther, but thankfully was restrained before he could do so. He thrashed urinated, threatened, and screamed in dual octaves. 5 hours into the prayers this night, he began to exhibit a new and frightening behavior. Before everyone's eyes, Roland tilted his head back and slowly began to float up and towards the ceiling. Before he could reach the ceiling, the men forced themselves to power through their fear and grab the boy, bring him back down to the bed, where new restraints were then placed, tethering him from further floating. After 7 grueling hours of fighting, praying, and nerve-wracking spiritual warfare, the boy gasped and exclaimed. He said he saw Saint Michael the Archangel use a flaming sword to drive the devil away, that he hit him and drove him back into the darkest abyss one could ever imagine. With these words, he fell silent and finally closed his eyes, truly and peacefully asleep. After this long and arduous night, what began over 28 days ago seemed to have finally been worth it. Roland slowly but surely returned to normal, and in fact went on to live a rather ordinary life. The records of the events from those 28 days were somehow leaked to the press and became an embarrassment for both the priests involved and the church. Father Bther had always regretted Roland's confidentiality being violated. William Peter Blatty, who had heard about the case, became extremely intrigued and reached out to the priest to discuss it with him. When asked about if he knew the whole thing was real or not, Bowden replied, "I had no doubt about it then, and I have no doubt about it now, that what was in that room that night was the otherworldly source we call the devil in the flesh." William Peter Blatty took his inspiration from this case and wrote the book, The Exorcist. So was the possession case of Roland Doe a genuine one? It has in fact been considered to be one of the most substantial cases, if not the most substantial case, by the Catholic Church in the last 300 years in regards to the existence of satanic forces and the existence of demonic possession. By others, however, it was just an emotionally compromised adolescent who was acting out after the death of a close loved one. But what do you think? Make sure to let me know down in the comments below. And if this case indeed was the real deal, those implications have far-reaching convictions in and of themselves, that the existence of true evil also implies the existence of true good. And I would say regardless, with the on-screen inspiration and then adaptation of The Exorcist, these deep-reaching questions were then brought forth to thousands, if not millions of people all over the world, perhaps leading to a wider impact than anticipated. I think a deeper moral of this story is that the occult is not only very real, and I can say that speaking from personal experience, that it is not for the non-experienced or the spiritually weak. You can never be truly sure of what you're communicating with. And for the majority of people, I would say this: just don't dabble. It will greatly benefit you if you don't, because you might just speak with something that may turn out to be your worst nightmare come to life. Throughout history, it has been speculated that many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity has said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them. This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo house of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls. Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy, hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day, while Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seemingly take a darker turn. Upon examining the discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood and matter still present. Bewildered but intrigued, they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it. And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this, the couple took the board inside the home, where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, it then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again. spelling out the name, Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell," and then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling, Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I've ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with Zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did." When not in use, the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical, to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it, digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bon himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. Zozo. Zozo." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, "In a car, at night, alone." In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car, at night, and alone. This devastating passing, along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging on to and possessing multiple Ouija boards, and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself, with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate in intensity. Sounds began to rap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps, and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult and finding out just exactly what Zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009, and since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of Zozo. according to Darren and other online sources. Zozo, in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their witch doctors are called Zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power. Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting, but soon turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings. One translation reads, "I am Pazuzu, the son of Hanbu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings." Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more. Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times? The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Bther in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding, but perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling ZO, ZO, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure 8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists just behind your vision. And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason, before or after this takes place. When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, or begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying in every imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the Zozo phenomena. having been involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested. I'll link it below. I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews, which I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site, some of which were taken by Evans himself over the years. So does this demon or ancient force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows, things we can't see or touch, but that are there, watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards. These things are not toys, and whether you believe it or not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye. I've waited a long time to tell my personal paranormal stories or experiences, but by doing so now, I want to convey to people that these things exist, and they really do affect people of all walks of life. The following stories took place between 2002 and 2007. I have several experiences that occurred after these, but I'll share those in a different video and at another time. I consider these to be my formative experiences, and these events helped shape my views on the paranormal and the world. I've also asked my family members for their perspectives as well to coincide with what I remember. So with that all being said, I started life out in a city called Derby here in Kansas. I was about 9 years old when the first happenings began. My family consisted of my mom and dad, myself, my younger sister, and brother. Moving from Meadowlark Place to another neighborhood, we had moved across town from one house to another. This one was a duplex-style house on Willow Street, not too far from my grandparents' house, about 2 blocks over or so, which was really nice to be able to ride my bike back and forth and play with my cousin and see them all and, that good stuff. Things up until this point had been semi-normal. Life ebbs and flows, and my parents' relationship certainly had its share of ups and downs, but we all looked forward to this new chapter in our lives. Once we were finally moved in, from the first night we stayed overnight at the house, I began to experience things that I still can't explain. That first night, as I laid in my room asleep, all of a sudden something poked or pushed my arm. Now, my sister had her own room across the hall from me, and my brother was small enough to still be sleeping with my parents the majority of the time. So initially, thinking it was one of them, I opened my eyes, but when I did this, I saw a little boy, but it wasn't anyone that I recognized. And aside from this, the child looked very strange. He was like a pale, glowing blue color, and didn't move when I noticed him. He just kept staring at me with these fully white, blank, lifeless eyes. When I finally came to my senses that this wasn't a normal experience, I began to get scared. So, terrified out of my mind and not sure of what else to do, I got up and out of my bed and ran past this entity as fast as I could. The noise would wake my parents up. They would then talk to me and follow me back to my bedroom, but upon arriving, they would see no one. Thinking that I was just having a nightmare or my imagination was running wild in a new environment, they let me sleep on the couch in the living room. I would proceed to sleep there for the next couple weeks until they would ultimately force me back into my bedroom. Following seeing the child, about 4 months or so into living at the house, things took a darker turn, and whatever presence that was within the house seemed to be making things worse. The activity had been becoming more noticeable, drip by drip. We would occasionally hear knocking on the walls, what sounded like items breaking, with there only to be no one there, and no items broken. We had all also began to notice that we felt as if we were being watched at all times. I, for one, distinctly remember my anxiety becoming extremely bad at this time, making it difficult for me to sleep, and when I did manage to go unconscious, I would have horrible dreams. And in these dreams, I was being chased by some abhorrent creature, and usually in the basement. I would always be too scared to look back, and I would be in fight or flight. I would oftentimes wake up dripping in sweat, just as the creature was about to catch me on the stairs. My mom, who had a tendency to hoard things, and this had always been an issue, even at our previous homes, but living here, she seemed to have this behavior greatly intensified. It had been bad before, but it began to reach an entirely new level, and in a short period of time. What I mean by this is cluttering to the point of almost non-movement in our basement, our rooms, and our garage. It became a major problem. Boxes, trash, and junk of all kinds was what it was mostly. And on top of this, she began to impulse buy multiple animals in rapid succession, either buy or acquire from someone who was giving them away. The trash, hoarding, and animals weren't always being let out when they should have been. Definitely began to strain an already strained and dysfunctional marriage. But it seemed like every aspect of our lives was rapidly being magnified and getting worse all the time. With the hoarding both material and animal, and the daily fighting, the air became even thicker with anxiety. And the thicker the air became, the more activity we seemed to experience. The sounds, flickers of things out of the corner of our eyes, the persistent nightmares, and the negative environment took its toll on all of us. With my memory not being the greatest, and with trauma also involved, I do my best to tell this as chronologically as I can. One day, shortly after these behaviors had been exacerbated, I remember heading to the basement to get a drink from the fridge that we had down in our laundry room. Funnily enough, it was a Nestea Cool in a can, if any of you guys remember those. And I miss those actually, those were great.
Descending the stairs, getting about halfway down, I saw yet another manifestation that shook me to my core. The view as you were headed down the stairs gave a decent view of the basement, like you could see a good chunk of it, and it was here that I witnessed a large wardrobe box being hurled by something that I couldn't see, an invisible force, and it flew from one end of the basement to the other. The bigger boxes tended to be on the left-hand side of our basement, near the extra bedroom that we had down there, and in total it had been thrown about 20 to 25 feet. And mind you, was a large wardrobe box, so it was full of clothes and God knows what else. So it would have been quite the feat to throw, even if you were a person, let alone, something out of my scope of understanding. So, unable to make rational sense of what I had just witnessed, this had scared me so bad that I ran upstairs and I would refuse to ever go back down there without company ever again. In time, I would find out that I wasn't the only one to have witnessed something strange originating from there. My father and cousin believed that there was something there too, that there was some kind of presence within the house. I don't know all the details of my dad's story, but I do know while he was sleeping in the spare bedroom down there, while him and my mom were particularly on the rocks, that he began to hear voices, like distant whispers that grew louder night after night. These voices seemed to originate from nowhere, but yet they were everywhere. They would force him to question his own sanity. And it's important to note here that my dad isn't schizophrenic or anything of the sort, and he hasn't experienced anything even similar before this or after this. Not too long after this occurred, my dad had another experience, and I'll let him explain it in his own words. Also, as a side note here, my dad's not a professional storyteller, neither is my cousin, so definitely take it easy on them, because they're just recounting their experiences. Thanks.
We moved into a new home in 2002, and it was on the other side of town, so kids had to change school and all that, and this is like basically a last-ditch effort for your mother and I to try to save our marriage. So it was just, you know the whole story on that part. And we moved in. Inside the house, I had started to experience a dark presence inside the home, something I didn't understand what was going on. It made me angry. I was starting to fill it with just rage. I was just mad, and the situation with your mother and I was deteriorating to the point where, I just didn't want to be around her. I think that it caused an adversarial problem within the home. I remember one night, early morning, I'm trying to remember, the details get a bit fuzzy now, about when I was in the bathroom, that one that was right off the hallway, right down from your room. There was a coat closet right directly across. You remember, Kaylee's room was at the end. And I was looking in the mirror, right, rinsing off my face. Your mother and I had quite the argument earlier, and I was so full of anger. I went to wash my face, and I see something that flashes in my face. I can still remember to this day, is like it lit up, like the mirror lit up from behind, which is impossible because, the lights were off in the bathroom except for a nightlight. And I saw a demonic face. And it roared at me and just scared the living bejesus out of me. I just seen things that slowly deteriorate within the home. I know that I slept downstairs and your mother was sleeping upstairs in your room, and I was just mad all the time. I remember being really nice to you kids, of course. I never took it out on you necessarily. I just, wasn't happy, and I felt like a dark, malevolent presence was there in the home. And as time went on, your mother moved out, and Roy moved in, and even him and I were experiencing some issues with the darkness. It was just something about the house just felt evil. Something was not right about it. It just, that weird smell that we'd smell that would disappear for no reason, that smelled like rotten eggs, you had to be gone. The odd things in the garage, the random noises after we cleaned that garage out, the odd things that would happen all the time.
My cousin as well recalled a strange happening that I had forgot about, to be honest, and also had his own experience in the basement, which I'll let him tell in his own words as well.
My first impressions of the house were some of what one would usually expect. It was a new house, so it was unfamiliar, but at the same time, that made it cool. Over the next few years, me and my cousin would spend plenty of days and nights having adventures within and around the confines of that suburban home. But over time, something strange began to emerge behind the wooden panels and carpet. Something that I can only describe as evil. I wasn't exactly the bravest sort. My imagination could run wild and would often find a better way of scaring me than anything else ever could. That being said, things within that house happened which went well beyond the machinations of my fearful mind. The first incident occurred during the daytime. We had been playing a game in the living room when we heard Cody's sister scream from the other room. When we ran in to inspect, we found that a snow globe of hers had broken open without an explanation. I remember this clearly because I had always wondered what kind of liquid was inside a snow globe. I smelled a chemical smell in the air that made me think of nail polish. We set about cleaning up the glass, but never really gave it much thought at the time. It is only later that we realized that we never really asked ourselves, how exactly did the snow globe break? I would recall sleeping on the living room floor, and in the early hours of the morning, I could hear running water, and I would catch a glimpse of the shadowy figure of a man wandering in the kitchen, near the entrance to the basement. Sometimes I would barely remember these moments, like they were just dreams. Other times I would be completely awake and conscious, but would be just too scared to move. At times I would try to make myself believe that it was just my uncle, and it would make it all the more chilling when Cody's dad would finally come in and turn the lights on, and I'd know for certain that the figure was not in fact him at all. The worst and most sinister of the activity, however, was definitely within the basement of the house. Whether during day or night, I felt like even the corners of the rooms hid watchful eyes. I couldn't stand the dark open doorways leading to my uncle's bedroom and the bathroom. The thought of something lurking in the shadows was impossible to banish from my mind. At times, this was so bad that I'd have to cancel sleepovers and call my mom to take me home. The worst of this came during a nightmare I had when I was sleeping in the basement. I found myself alone, the only light coming from a TV in the far corner, flickering with static and white noise. I felt called to walk into my uncle's bedroom and rounded the corner to face the sliding doors to his closet. The closet itself was right beneath the stairs. Trembling, I reached to open the mirrored door panel, only for it to slam open of its own will. In the shadows of the room, I saw a hole in the wall which had mysteriously appeared, a hole that, I might add, did not exist. A terrible being emerged from that hole, one which haunts me to this day. Its skin was charred black like carbon. It was large and bulky like a man, but upon its head were two large and vicious horns which were dark as midnight. Its teeth were sharp as knives and yellow with rot, but its eyes were amber like a predator. It snarled at me, and I awoke again in a cold sweat. After that, I don't believe I ever chose to sleep in that basement again.
Things would only get worse from here, day after day, and night after night. As I had previously mentioned, my mom had purchased a lot of animals. This included cats and dogs. This further added to the filth of the house and the negative atmosphere due to my parents often being depressed and not taking the animals outside as they should have. Long story short, it definitely wasn't an environment that I would ever want my kids to grow up in. And that is something for sure on top of the paranormal that's deeply affected me to this day. So with having dogs and cats as pets, soon out of nowhere, we began to have an insane amount of animal deaths occur. We ended up losing a total of 7 animals altogether within less than 2 months. What were perfectly normal, relatively healthy animals would just pass. And I did want to put a warning here because I'm going to mention a few details about the animal deaths, and I don't want to upset anyone who's sensitive to these kinds of things. So I'll mark the timestamps down in the description of the video if you prefer to fast forward past this. Again, I don't remember all of the details, but when the animals would pass, I would usually assist my dad in burying them. We tended to bury them out back behind my grandparents' house a couple blocks over because they lived next to like a woodland area, like a creek. And we had an area where we tended to bury our family animals back there. And with that being said, these are some of the deaths that really bothered me. We had one, a younger puppy who was a pit bull who had died in our garage. She had had a seizure and she had no prior history of issues as far as we knew. We also checked if she could have gotten into something or ate something that she shouldn't have, but we couldn't find anything. My cat Kara, who actually would go on to live for another 16 years or so after these events, she was an amazing cat. But during this time, she was pregnant and had to have ended up with some kind of an infection, and she prematurely lost her kittens. One night after sleeping in the living room, I actually woke up by rolling over and having my face touch one of them, and its tiny body was ice cold, and that alone was super traumatic. And I don't want to necessarily shade my mom, but my dad was at work when this happened, and I remember her telling me to get rid of them basically, so I had to clean them up. And long story short, I didn't really know what to do. Obviously, I was a kid. I didn't have the capabilities really to be able to take them over to my grandparents' house. So I ended up just putting them in the trash can, and I always regretted doing that. There were multiple others, but those in particular always got to me. My parents would end up getting divorced, and while this was starting to get underway, I was living with my siblings and my dad, still at the Willow House. As I previously said, we lived in a duplex, and our next door neighbors were a family, a husband, wife, and their 3 kids. During this turbulent time, the dad of the family next door seemed to have lost his mind. One afternoon, the dad that was our neighbor was sitting with my dad, and they were having a few drinks on our shared porch, with me sitting with them. I distinctly remember him telling my dad that he needed to talk to him about something serious. So my dad asked me to go inside, to which I obliged, so he could talk to him. And what he talked to him about was absolutely insane. He had become extremely paranoid. He believed that his wife was cheating on him, and he asked my dad if he would assist him in helping to kill her and dispose of her body for a sum of money. He even described where he would take her, how it would work, but I don't want to share all those gritty details since, YouTube. But it was shocking. My dad not only was shocked, but he didn't want to add to his paranoia further or risk angering him since he was obviously unhinged. So he calmly refused his offer, and I'll let my dad explain some details here.
We got to know Mike next door a little bit, and he seemed to be an okay guy, and then him and his wife had a brief separation for about a month or 3 weeks, and I saw her at Target. Her name was Lori. That was her name. She was at Target, and she was talking to me, said hi and all that, and she goes, I said, well, are you you and Mike get back together? She goes, I don't know. I just have no idea. So then later on that night, I was off used to be off on Thursdays and Fridays, and I was off it was a Thursday night, and I was hanging out with Mike, and he was drinking, and then he told me how he was going to kill his wife, and he gave it in grave detail how he was going to kill her, and he looked like he was literally seriously possessed. He looked It was like full of black rage. He was so angry. He's like, I'm going to kill her. I'm going to do it in front of her mother. And, she's going to watch and then blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Mike, that's really dark. Why would you want to do something like that? I wanted to fill out a police report, but I didn't think maybe that, people would actually take my word on it. I honestly don't know the whole thing there. She did come back. Lori did come back for a brief. I did talk to her one day. And by then, Mike is just angry all the time, except he seemed to be nice to her for a few minutes. And I'm outside talking to her. And she thought, I just don't know, I'm exhausted. I want, this is a honeymoon period before all the abuse and the physical abuse starts again. And I was like, he physically abuses you? And she's like, yeah. I said, why did you come back? She said she did it for the boys. He pulled up in his car, went inside, and he come out, started screaming at her, saying, how dare you sit out here with this guy, blah, 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 blah. And by then, he knew we were, Roy and I were a couple. And he started screaming at her and telling her, how dare you talk to another man, and then he drug her inside and slammed the door. And then she did permanently move out right before we moved, and he would hide in his garage. You could hear him in there and banging around. And it was just a real weird situation. We'd see him for a few seconds. He'd come inside, slam his door real hard, and you could hear him yelling inside the house. And there was nobody in there. It was just like, it was crazy. I don't know what happened. We moved. When we moved out, things got considerably much better. It took a little bit for the darkness to completely get out of me, but it was a lot of things. You kids saw a lot of things, scary things, bad dreams. It was a lot.
After this happened, roughly I'd say a month or so after, he actually got arrested for attempting to hire a hitman to kill his wife. So whether all of that was related to the dark presence in the house or not, I can't quite say, but it very much could have been. I mean, prior to that conversation, he seemed totally normal and hadn't acted that way before, so it's hard telling. The paranormal activity by this time on our side had become so violent that we all began to sleep together in the living room. Unknown to me at the time, I wasn't the only one that would have this happen. But it seemed like for whatever reason, I would always be woke up around 3 a.m. in an absolute state of terror. Things would often be knocking or moving around us. And I remember the time because we had a cable box that displayed the time in our living room next to our TV. And to kind of help counteract the scariness, I guess, of the environment, of the situation, we would usually play like the Boomerang Network for cartoons. I think we had like Dish TV at the time or something, but it was usually on at that time. After waking up, I would be so scared that I'd be afraid to breathe because it felt like hell itself was descending upon me. I would lay my head to the floor and could hear additional bangs and oftentimes what sounded like glass breaking in the basement below, or things being thrown or destroyed or mangled. If I managed to gather myself, I would try to wake up anybody that I could, either my dad or my brother or my sister, but I could never manage to do so. It was as if they were in some kind of a coma state. I also knew I wasn't dreaming because I would oftentimes stay awake until the sun came up, way too scared to try and rest. And most of the time, the majority of the banging and the overall noise would cease at dawn. And after talking to my family, I would later find out that this for sure happened to my brother, my sister, and my dad at random times during our lives there, during this particular era. Given all the things we had experienced and been through, it seemed as if whatever presence that dwelled within the house fed off of death and sorrow. When the divorce was finalized, us kids ended up moving out of the house to live with our mom, thus closing a very disturbing chapter in our lives. But little did I know, it would just be the beginning of another. Whatever evil that originated from this house seemed to follow or affect us even after we left. What follows is a series of incredibly terrifying and disturbing events as well, and I'll be sharing those in the next video. I did have a couple of questions having dug up the past in regards to what me and my family have experienced, and this has led me to seek answers. I've tried going through the past of the area, having lived there or near there the majority of my life, and I couldn't really find anything that could have directly caused the haunting as far as tragic events or what have you, historic events. The area does contain old Indian burial grounds, but it's nearly impossible to figure out where exactly those would be. The home, or rather the duplex, if I were to guess, from the dated wood paneling and the carpet at the time, was probably built in the 1960s or 70s. It was a rental, so it's also impossible to find out who the past tenants were or the previous owners. I don't know exactly who owns the property now, and I think it's transferred hands or companies multiple times. I am just curious who has lived there in the past and what they maybe could have been into, whether it was some kind of occultism or Luciferianism, if it could have contributed to what was there. And let's say that no one was involved in anything dark or magic related that could have conjured something up. These entities, in my opinion, lurk around us and are attracted to negativity like moths to a flame. They seem to feed off of our emotions, like spiritual ticks or vampires. I also have heard and can somewhat confirm, given my life, that hoarding and overall not taking care of your environment or self, by extension your family, can potentially be a breeding ground for these things as well. This is just speculation on my part to try and make sense of what we endured over the couple years that we lived there at the house. I do oftentimes end up driving past it, especially headed back home from the gym at night, because I live in a town that's relatively close to where this all took place, and it still has a very eerie vibe to me. But there are people who currently live there, and over the years there's been a revolving door of people who have lived there, and I'm just curious if the past or current residents have experienced anything paranormal like we did, or if we were haunted instead of the house, or by having lived in the house and had been followed as a result, that maybe the house wasn't haunted anymore. Lots of questions that perhaps I'll never have answers to, but these things did happen. They did fundamentally change me, and they helped shape my interest in the paranormal and the spiritual world as a whole. I'll be diving more so into why I started Mystery Archives on part 2, and in part 2, I'll be telling what took place after we left the Willow House. I have a few experiences post what I'll talk about in part 2, so maybe there'll be a part 3. I'm honestly not sure yet. I did also speak with my mom and my sister, and they didn't want to be included in this video for their own reasons, and I totally respect that. My little brother has some experiences, but those will be relayed in part 2 at the next home that we ended up at, because although he may have had some experiences, he doesn't recall, because he was like between ages 2 and 4 when all this took place at the Willow House. I know I tease the stories a lot, and overall I hope you guys enjoyed hearing about what I've experienced. If you have any questions, I'd love to read and answer them in the comments below. There are definitely a lot of details that I don't remember, whether I've blocked them out or it's just too fuzzy with time. And for that, I apologize, but I will do my best to answer your questions and respond to your comments. Another interesting fact about this story of mine in particular, this era, as I like to call them, I kind of categorize them in that way, I guess, in my own mind, is that it was going to be on the first season of a popular paranormal Netflix series, but they pulled my opportunity last minute because I apparently wasn't diverse enough, whatever that means. Then they called me for season 2 and then just stopped responding to me after I said I wanted to mention Mystery Archives. And apparently they weren't cool with that, but it is what it is. It's a good show, but I've come to this conviction quite some time ago, having dealt with a lot of really good and a lot of really bad people just kind of in the paranormal sphere. And you can't always trust people, unfortunately. Sometimes they're just in it for themselves or the money or what have you, especially these days. So that unfortunately was one of those experiences that kind of negatively reinforced how I felt. But with that being said, Please leave the video a like if you liked it. Subscribe with notifications if you haven't already. And please share this video around to help us reach as many people as we possibly can. Maybe we can not only help reach someone who's had a similar experience, who maybe wants to also share their story, but it also helps keep me going. Since for whatever reason, views have been down. They've been at like an all-time low, really. But regardless of that, regardless of how well the video does, it's been very cathartic for me to talk about these things and to tell my stories to such an incredible group of people that is the Mystery Archives community. Also, I think for my own sake, to be able to kind of, I guess, more or less come to terms with digging up the past and kind of trying to categorize everything chronologically and remember everything that took place. It's kind of why I'm breaking it up into parts and to try to do my own stories justice. So I hope you guys understand. Anyways, I love you guys. Thank you for not only showing interest in my experiences, but supporting me and all of the cases that I've covered thus far. I did want to let you guys know that especially towards the end of this video, I do kind of go on a bit of a long explanation that is pretty much just going to be entirely raw, and it involves a lot of personal details and things from my life that I just kind of wanted to get out there. And I hope overall you enjoy the video and the stories and just the content as a whole. Thank you guys. Around age 10, after my parents got divorced, I moved to the small town of Sedgwick, Kansas, about 40 minutes or so away from Derby, going from roughly a population of 20,000 people to about 1,800. Me, my mom, brother and sister moved in with my newlywed aunt and her husband, Bill, my uncle. We lived in a large farm-style house that was over 100 years old, and time would tell that perhaps we weren't the only inhabitants that dwelled within its walls. Within a matter of weeks, strange things began to happen. My first experience that I can recall at this location was when one night I was headed up the stairs to use the restroom. And for context, here was the layout of the house. The stairs leading up to the upstairs was basically a T shape, and when reaching the top of the stairs, there was my aunt and uncle's room on the far left, an office room, and the bathroom on the right-hand side, closest to the stairs. I was heading up and got about halfway up the stairs when I saw a glowing, bluish figure of a man run from the bedroom straight into the bathroom and then disappear. Seeing this happen so fast, I fell backwards and down the stairs. This frightened the hell out of me, and as embarrassing as it is to say now, I refused to use the bathroom for about a week, opting to use a friend's house or go outside instead, not wanting to go anywhere near where I'd seen this person. The following day after seeing the man, I told my mom and my aunt what I had seen, and to their credit, they are fairly open-minded when it comes to the paranormal, my aunt especially. My mom, as much as I love her, tends to try and rationalize, almost to the point of denial with a lot of things. Explaining what this man looked like, I remembered him having dusty-looking hair and that he was wearing overalls. My aunt then decided to show me some of my uncle's old family photos. Several photos in, she showed me what appeared to be one of a family reunion with probably 20 or so people in it. There, towards the back, standing in the middle, was the same exact man that I had seen just the night before. What makes this stranger is that when I pointed this out, she went and talked to my uncle, and it turns out that the person I identified was his father. And even weirder, his father had died of brain cancer in the very same room that they now called their bedroom, the same room directly across from the bathroom. It's important to note that I didn't know this man. I didn't even really know my uncle, to be honest, and definitely not his family. And I hadn't seen any family photos prior to this of his family. As strange as this event was, it would only progress from here. My grandmother, who had been living with us in the last days of her life, had passed away just a few months before all of these strange things started happening. The paranormal happenings would greatly intensify after she passed. My aunt, uncle, and mom were usually gone. Typically, they were either at work or running errands or both, leaving us kids to ourselves for a good chunk of the time. I did also want to mention here that if you hear a dog panting, it's storming outside right now, and Luna, my half husky, half Great Pyrenees, does not do very good with storms. So she's actually right at my side, and I'm giving her some lovies while I narrate to you guys. So with us usually being alone, we would rely on each other, especially in the evenings. It was mostly up to me, being the oldest, to make sure that everyone had had dinner, they had showered, and we were all ready to go to bed. Showering was unnerving because the basement, like the house, was just so creepy. The only working shower we had was in the basement laundry room, and the shower was made of cracked concrete and had an old spigot-style shower head. Looking up, you could see the cobwebs in the planks overhead. The kitchen would have been directly above where the shower was. For context, my aunt, similar to my mom, was also a hoarder, so the basement, aside from a small cleared path, was packed with junk in boxes. Adjacent to where the shower was located, or rather the room, there was an old cannery in the back of the basement that had long since been abandoned, still having piles of old cans stored within the walls of the small room in the back of the basement. So already being scary to us kids on its own, it would become even more terrifying in the coming months following my grandma's passing. We would often go in pairs, with the odd person out staying upstairs. One of us would shower and the other would stand outside the door to talk to the other, to make each other less scared. We also often played an old boombox stereo with whatever CDs we had. This usually would help keep us calm while we did what we needed to do. We would often talk about what had happened that day at school and what was going on with our lives at the time. One night, though, that's burned into my memory, with my little brother upstairs watching something. I kept watch outside the door while my sister showered. Keely had only been in the shower a few minutes when suddenly the power went out. What made it worse was that the stereo that had been playing faded into this eerie low octave as it shut down from the lack of power. My sister, who was already terrified due to the sheer pitch blackness of the room, began to freak out. Trying to be the older brother and trying to keep the peace as I heard my sister and my brother scream, I tried to talk them through the situation. I told Caden, my brother, to sit still, and I told my sister to quickly rinse off the soap that she had lathered with, and to grab her towel, and we could both go back upstairs where I'd try to find some candles or something. About the time the words left my mouth, there was a loud scratching noise that came from the wall that separated the laundry room and the basement space where all the boxes were. Not knowing what this was, I began to get incredibly scared as well, because I knew that that wall was concrete, so there couldn't have been an animal in there. Suddenly, the scratching turned into something else. Over the shrill screams of my sister, I heard what I can only describe as a horrible snarling noise. It was something unearthly, as if the vocal cords of a pig and a person had been intertwined while they both screamed. It was downright disturbing. With this, I quickly began to scream as well. My poor sister, in a panic, had ran into me trying to exit, headed towards the stairs out of the laundry room, and began clinging to me in pure terror. In the chaos, she would accidentally scratch my back as we both scrambled to get to the stairs. In the darkness, with a surge of adrenaline, I tossed her in front of me, and both of us ran upstairs as fast as we possibly could. As we got into the living room, my little brother was scared and crying as well. As we approached him, The power came back on, but the lights began to flicker. With all three of us still hearing the sounds coming from the basement, it sounded as if whatever it was coming up from the basement wall and up into the floor below us. It began hitting the floor below us, what would have been the basement ceiling. With all of us scared out of our minds, I grabbed my siblings and took us all out onto the back porch and then into our backyard. We would stay back there for, I'd say, probably about 2 hours or so until my mom got back home. And the whole time, the lights were flickering inside of the house. There was no storm. Although the house was old, the wiring was not. And although this was traumatic, no doubt, this would be far from the end of the experiences for all of us. Our doorbell began to malfunction, so to speak. And growing up in a small town as kids, a lot of us would do what was called ding-dong ditching when we were bored, where you'd essentially roam around town, run up and knock on someone's door, or ring their doorbell and run off and hide before they answered the door. At first, we thought this might have been the case with our doorbell. It would always happen at night, and upon opening the door, no one would be there. And it's possible that maybe it happened a time or two, but with how many times it began happening, pretty much every single night and multiple times a night, and us never seeing anyone there or in the bushes or anything, it became really unnerving. My uncle, who worked early in the morning, finally got tired of dealing with whatever was going on and decided to disconnect the doorbell. And under normal circumstances, this would have worked, to be honest. But of course, this wasn't a normal situation. Things were silent the first night after he disconnected the doorbell, and then something peculiar happened. It began to ring again. This should have been impossible because it had no power source. The wiring was severed, and it wasn't battery powered. And even if there was some kind of residual power left in it, it would have dissipated in the coming days, I'd think. It would continue to ring for months. And it seemed to get later and later. Because before, let's say when the sun would go down, let's say 8 or 9 p.m., maybe even 10 p.m., it would ring. And as time went on, over those few months, began to go off a lot later or earlier in the morning, however you want to look at it, usually around 3 to 4 a.m. So, I mean, when we're all sleeping or trying to sleep, if we could manage to get to sleep, then it would essentially disturb that rest. And maybe that was part of the motivation of whatever was causing it. I highly doubt that it was kids around this time. Me, as well as my siblings, we weren't really picked on a whole lot at this school. I mean, maybe at first, but we weren't like targeted by anybody. And I don't know, it just, where we lived was kind of out of the way as well. Like there wasn't a lot of kids that lived around us. So I would be pretty surprised. Like Cedric's not that big of a town, but I would be really surprised if that somehow played a factor in it. And that's if you take severing the power to it completely out of the equation as well, because it was always the doorbell going off. It wasn't anyone knocking on the door. And yeah, I don't know. Overall, the whole thing is just weird, and it was certainly worth mentioning. My mom, similar to how my dad said he felt later following our experiences at the Willow Street house, began to change. She began to become more disconnected and more angry. Less recognizable is the best way that I could put it. There's a lot to this, and I'm certain that not all of it is paranormal by any means, but I do think it was similar enough to how our previous experiences were to mention. Any negative behavior in all of us, or behaviors, but especially in my mom and my aunt, seemed to be magnified substantially. We would all fight, we'd have outbursts, and generally we all contributed. You know, granted, we were kids, but we all contributed to a negative atmosphere while we lived there, which, you know, although we had been through a lot, wasn't really like us. So for some more context here before I continue to try and make things make as much sense as possible. So My sister was the only one that had a room next to my aunt and uncle. My mom and me and my younger brother, Caden, we didn't have our own rooms. We slept on either, we took turns basically sleeping in a chair or on a couch or on the floor. And to try and, I guess, like carve out with me being the oldest, I tried to kind of like carve out my own space. And I also wanted to try and get over my fears. And with that, I began sleeping down in the basement. There, I just had this like small little lamp. There were overhead lights, but the bulbs were long burned out, and I didn't know how to change them, and no one else was going to do it for me. So I had essentially tried to clear out the path a little bit more than what was already there. And basically, I had a small TV down there. I had some blankets. I would make what I would call lasagna pallets, where I would just lay a bunch of different blankets down on the floor and just try to make it as comfortable as I could for myself, and eventually also my little brother, like hang out with me down there sometimes and sleep down there with me sometimes. So with this next story, there's definitely two perspectives, right? There's what my brother experienced, and there's what I experienced. I'm going to let my brother tell you what his experiences were like in this particular event, and then I'm going to tell my perspective.
So I've had many spiritual experiences, many of which I would say are from God, and many of which I would say are literally just from demons. And there is one of those experiences, though, from what I would consider to be from the demonic, that has stuck with me more than any other throughout the years. I remember being a kid in our small town house, and my brother and I had to share the unfinished basement, which was very creepy. Everyone else had their rooms, but we just sort of made the most of ours. I would often wake up in the night being very afraid and freaking out because I was afraid of the dark, as a lot of kids are. But there was one night where I woke up in pitch darkness, and this experience was not the same. I didn't just feel afraid of the dark. I felt afraid of something in particular. So I bolted out of the blanket fort we'd made, and I peeked my little head over the containers that were stacked on top of one another. And at the back of the basement, I saw something that chilled me to the core. My blood just ran cold, and I froze in fear for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. I saw this bestial, almost translucent, yet glowing thing. But what I remember to this day is its glowing red eyes. And I don't mean glowing as in light, I mean glowing with hatred. It felt like it looked into my soul, and it just hated me. It had rage at me, and it instilled in that little kid who was me a great, great sense of fear for entities that are frankly evil and negative. I remember just bolting upstairs and curling up next to my mom like I normally did, but this time I was hoping and praying nothing would come and destroy me. And I know it wasn't just me, because later that night my brother also had a very harrowing experience.
So, me and my brother, obviously we as a family didn't have a lot of money, and we were trying to entertain ourselves, as best we could. And I thought it would be cool to make a blanket fort down where, our makeshift room was. So I went ahead and took a bunch of pillows and blankets, all the ones that we had at our disposal, and built a fort out of it. Well, we decided to essentially snuggle up in the fort and watch the movie Cars, which was kind of like one of our comfort movies, I guess, at that time. So what I remember is essentially getting into the fort, getting under the blankets, getting comfy, and then we started watching Cars. And I fell asleep. I remember waking up and my brother was gone. And I was like, oh, maybe he got scared or preferred to sleep with my mom or whatever. I didn't think of it, much of it at first. The way that I had it designed was I had draped blankets across various boxes that kind of led down the path that was like towards where the cannery was at, where you could like kind of like crawl in and out of, basically. It's kind of hard to explain without having like a picture, but I don't have a picture of it. Anyways, long story short, towards the end of that, what would have been the entrance, but with me being up by the TV, I was like all the way into the fort. I began to hear like a rustling sound, and I was like, huh. So I remember my eyes darting kind of towards that general direction, and then I watched as essentially each blanket that created this like hallway or tunnel, however you want to put it, to where I was at, began to collapse as if something had like hit it from the top or had been underneath it and pulled it down. And it kept doing it until it got to me, and obviously my heart was thumping pretty much out of my chest at that point. And I remember being thrown backwards, and my eyes rolled back into my head. And I don't have epilepsy. My sister actually does, but I've never had any types of seizures or anything like that. But I remember being so terrified. I was completely aware of what was going on. And at that time, I was still pretty Catholic, I would say. And I remember just crying out to God to help me, to free me from whatever this thing was. Because my body, although I was present, I was not in control of. And it scared me so bad. And whenever this thing finally released its grip on me, I remember running up and out of the basement into where my mom was. And I was hysterical. I didn't really stay down there. I can't even recall ever really going back down there after that point. Unless it was to shower, of course. But like I stopped spending time down there. It wasn't my little like space where I could just feel like it was my own anymore. It had essentially been violated. Those are definitely the major paranormal things that I'd say I experienced at the Sedgwick house. Sedgwick, like a lot of places I visited as an adult, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where the majority of the Mothman activity was said to have taken place, is kind of like one of those places where it almost feels like you're in a dreamlike state when you're there. Sedgwick felt a lot like that to me. And the way that I have come to kind of categorize these places is it's a place where the veil between our world and the next, or however you want to put it, seems to be thinner than in other places. And I think that there is a lot of different places where this is the case, and perhaps this is what leads to intensified paranormal or spiritual or even cryptid activity. Just points of high strangeness in general. In due time, we would finally get our own place to live. That was in 2007. We ended up moving into Section 8 neighborhood in a neighboring city. We were there for not quite 2 years. Thankfully, nothing took place there as far as the paranormal, from what I can recall. There was a lot of other stuff that happened, like my mom had an abusive boyfriend that broke back into our house after being kicked out, and I had to essentially fight him off at the age of 11, borderline going on 12. And I remember holding a knife to him in our kitchen. Obviously, I'm a big guy. I was a big kid. And this dude couldn't have been any bigger from what I remember than like 5'5" or 5'6". But yeah, just a lot of crazy stuff. My mom then had another boyfriend, and this is kind of what ended our time there in the Section 8 housing, was even though my mom paid a prorated rate for rent, we ended up eventually getting evicted because this dude essentially stole our rent money and stole my camera, which was actually the last thing that my Grandma Agnes had got me. And actually, sorry, this is all super out of pocket and just me being raw and just real with you guys. It was with that camera that I really started to get interested in not only filming, but just like producing content in general. I used to be really into like claymation and storytelling, even concocting my own movies, I guess, with like video games. Like Soul Calibur was one that I would write whole storylines to. And long story short, it was a very important item to me for a variety of reasons, but also because it was the last thing my grandma got me before she passed away. And this dude ended up stealing it. He also stole our rent money, which got us evicted. And we ended up being homeless in a van for several months during the summer. This would have been summer of 2008. So I would have been about 12 at this time, if not pretty close to 12. Like I said, 11 going on 12. And ultimately, my dad would get custody of me, and I would end up living with him and moving on with my life. I'm on good terms. I'd say probably great terms with my parents now. And no one's perfect. You know, let's be honest. We make mistakes. You know, no one necessarily wants their kids to grow up in a dysfunctional house, let alone dysfunctional house or houses that are afflicted with the paranormal. And I oftentimes wonder if trauma can attract the paranormal, can attract darkness. I certainly know that it can be exacerbated by the paranormal, but I wonder if it also essentially attracts beings that feed on that fear and that sadness. I mentioned that my grandma passed away in the house. She had been living with us for several months. I want to say like 4 to 6 months. Where we lived, there is an old folks home that's like, I mean, not even a block away. Like we used to be able to cut through this little field through our backyard and you would be at the old folks home. Well, my grandma was living there for a time, and then like her main care person was there, and she had to get I think it was a triple or a quadruple bypass. It was something crazy. And she ended up staying with us while she recovered. And I'll never forget the day, actually. So the day was January 25th of 2005 when she passed away. And I remember this because I was homesick with, I think I had strep throat at that time. Not a fun time. This is also weird and just really personal, but the movie Alien vs. Predator had come out at that time. So I remember that was the release date of that movie on DVD. I had gone to Walgreens with my mom to pick up my prescription to treat my strep throat. You know, I was like, hey mom, you know, can I get this? Yeah, sure. So she gets me the DVD. I was starting to watch the movie in our living room, you know, just I couldn't really do anything. And a rule of us being sick was that, you know, like we couldn't really play like video games or be on the computer or anything like that. So I was just trying to make the best of it. You know, I had taken my medicine and I was starting to watch this movie. Essentially, my grandma started going into, because she had diabetes as well as other health ailments. She started going into diabetic shock. So I remember being with my aunt and my mom. They asked me to please go try and get her care provider over at the old folks home. So I ran over there, couldn't find the person. They were paging her. So I ran back to tell them what was going on and that basically she would be there as soon as she could. And I remember my grandma, I'll save a lot of the really gritty details, but basically I ended up holding her hand while she passed away. Also, not really relevant, I guess, to the stories themselves, but more so relevant to my life. I had also seen her husband, my mom's dad, pass away in 2002. Yeah, I held her hand while she passed away, and I really think that fundamentally changes someone when they actually watch someone like in their eyes die. With that being said, that really made me question a lot. That really made me question God and why I would be put in a position where I'd have to witness that. A lot of things. I was really angry about it for a long, long time. And I had a lot of dreams about her. And it definitely, even now, is still some major trauma that I think I've mostly processed. But with not only dealing with all of the dysfunction and filth, and then you stack the paranormal on top of that, as well as the trauma not only of my parents getting divorced, but also literally watching my grandma die. I mean, from the time she passed, just to kind of, again, for context, when we knew for sure she was passed, or she had passed rather, I mean, I was there even when they came and like loaded her up, like in a body bag. Like it was really messed up for sure. When you couple all those things together, I think that it really made me not only question everything, but question why these things happen. And just what is the paranormal? Why these things exist? I wanted to know more about whatever these things were. And in a sense, I don't know if I noticed it at the time as a kid, but throughout high school and then as I became an adult, I had always maintained an interest in the paranormal. And I believe that it became kind of a calling for me. Another thing to mention too, since I'm just offloading everything here, I had grown up, my mom's dad, actually, Paul, he had introduced me to like Unsolved Mysteries and the X-Files. And he actually had worked at Area 51 as an aerospace engineer in the Air Force. Long story short, we've got family stories from that too. It's a whole thing. But I always gravitated more towards like the mysterious and the supernatural type entertainment. And I don't know, one thing led to another. You know, I had a couple experiences in the house that I moved into with my dad, which he actually ended up moving out. And as an adult, I lived there for, I want to say, another couple years, like 2 years or so after he moved out, 2 or 3 years. And I can get into those as well. But I figured I would try and explain kind of what it inspired Mystery Archives, so to speak. So I remember it being 2016, and I was kind of still trying to find myself. I had been involved in music and things like that, and when those things don't work out, you kind of try to find something to do on your own, you know. I want to say into 2017. This was kind of back when YouTube was they still allowed like a lot of like conspiratorial and that type of content on the platform. And I remember kind of stumbling across that, and I was like, you know, it's not that I necessarily believe a bunch of conspiracies per se, but I was like, you know, I could really see myself getting into something like this and just kind of like getting into like mysteries, you know, because I really enjoyed learning about different topics and deep diving and all of that. I didn't really know how to edit a whole lot. Like I had taught myself how to use Sony Vegas, and that's all I had at the time. This was long before I discovered Adobe Premiere and, you know, where I'm at today. And I made the account Mystery Archives. The name just kind of came to me. I remember I was like, you know, trying to come up with a name that hadn't been taken. And at that time, it hadn't been taken. So I was like, okay, yeah, no, that sounds pretty cool. Ended up making it. And then I made, I didn't have a microphone or anything at that time. My computer could barely handle me editing anything. And I didn't have any money really to speak of. And I ended up making one of those text overlay conspiracy videos. That's privated. That'll never see the light of day. But after that, I didn't really do anything with it. I think I might have, now that I think about it, and it's also privated, I recorded a really intense thunderstorm from my upstairs where my computer was at the time. And it was like, I've always loved nature and soundscapes and those types of things, which actually goes back to my mom. When I was quite a bit younger, she would play those and they would just relax me and I'd go to sleep. I had recorded that, but other than those two things, I don't think I really took it seriously or really developed a concept of what I wanted to do with it realistically. Fast forward to 2020, and I got first furloughed from my job, which I was, at that time, I was in paint prep for aircraft. So like surfacing, sanding, priming, that type of stuff, getting it ready for the final coats of paint here in Wichita. And I got furloughed and then laid off, obviously, with everything that happened, with the pandemic and what have you. And I remember I was sitting at home and I was so used to just working constantly. I mean, like 40 to 60 hour weeks all the time. I mean, I tried to basically work as hard as I could to try and get ahead for me and Meg. I just wanted to forge my own way and be as successful as I could be, at least in that field. So I remember sitting here, actually in the same general area I'm sitting right now, totally different computer and all of that, and being like, I have this YouTube account and I've never really done anything with it. And I've always really been into these types of shows. I've always loved shows like A Haunting and Unsolved Mysteries and all of that. I was like, what if I tried to do something like that, but just in my own way? I had always been fascinated by a particular story, which is Stoll, Kansas, which was my first video, which I think I'm going to revisit in a later video and just give it an updated version, I guess, so to speak. But that was it. That was my first video. Editing wise, I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was like, what is the software all the main YouTubers are using? And it was Adobe Premiere. And I just tried to adapt and learn as fast as I could on the fly. I had my cousin draw the church that used to exist there and use that as the thumbnail as well as in the video. And really from there, it was kind of off to the races. I think it was either a little later in 2020 or 2021. I can't remember exactly, but I got my job back. I think it was like 3 or 4 months after I'd gotten laid off. I got my job back and went back to paint prep. Ended up busting my butt there and becoming what's known as a painter 1, which is where you paint the final coats of paint as well as the stripes on aircraft. A whole different process. You use instead of a pot gun or a gravity fed paint gun, you use still use a gravity feed gun, but to paint the coats of paint, you would use an electrostatic gun. But none of that has anything to do with the paranormal or anything like that. But basically I began to work my butt off with what was my career at the time, and kept doing mystery archives, and really always hoped that something would take off eventually. Not too long after I became a painter, I don't know if I want to mention it because I don't know what YouTube's terms are or if they're still censoring those kinds of things. But basically I got really sick with, what was causing the pandemic, and I could have died, to be honest. I was in that rare bracket of people where I was really, really, really sick. Long story short, I ended up getting an infusion and getting over being sick. My grandfather, who had always taken amazing care of himself, my dad's dad, he ended up passing away from the same thing. We hadn't seen each other or anything in quite some time. So it had, basically one of us didn't give it to the other. It just was around at that time. And that was a whole family shakeup and a whole entire series of life changes that I just didn't see coming. And I dealt with all of that. I remember I had almost given up several times on making content because it just wasn't really going anywhere. I didn't really seem to have an audience really, or I wasn't really able to cultivate an audience. And I knew that eventually, if I got good enough, that if YouTube just saw fit to serve my content to people, that eventually, I would go somewhere. And I worked another, 21, another 2 years or so. And one day, my video on Helltown, Ohio popped off, and then it went viral. And, obviously I'm like, wow, maybe, this could be it. I didn't want to, count my blessings or put all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. So I basically kept making content, and it kept doing really, really well at that time. The algorithm was shining upon us, I guess. Not as much these days, but coming out of nothing to exponential growth it was life-changing for sure. I eventually got to the point to where I was like, I think I'm gonna take the leap of faith, and for all the right tax reasons, I founded my media company, which is Kraken Media LLC, to handle all the tax stuff of the ins and outs of the YouTubes. And I left that job that I'd worked so hard to get to where I was at. And obviously I left on the best terms possible, but it's allowed me to live the life that I've essentially always dreamed of. I'm so thankful to be able to do this for a living. And it's allowed me to be able to go and explore places and have experiences that I probably wouldn't have been able to have otherwise. And especially with views being low and all of that, I am really scared of losing that. That's why I try, I guess, to market as much as I do. And I encourage people, obviously, to watch and to share and all of that. Because, at the end of the day, it's a gamble. I've worked really hard. I've earned what I have. But, it's a huge gamble to, make content full time. So if you do appreciate what I do, definitely just keep coming back. That's all I can really say. Obviously, everyone who supports me via Patreon or YouTube members, I really appreciate that as well. At the end of the day, it's really just about people wanting to support me and my work. With that being said, it's kind of the backstory, I guess, so to speak, of how Mystery Archives came to be. And it was going to be me and my cousin, because we've always just worked really, really well creatively together. But, in the end, it just ended up being me. He just got busy with life. He got married, he had a kid, and he's doing great. And I love him to death. I still definitely want to do something together with him. Same with my brother. Now it's just pretty much a one-man project. In a sense, it is a reflection of me and just kind of my vision of what I initially wanted to build. I just didn't know how to build it all those years ago. But now we're here, and I don't know, man. I'm thankful to be in this position, and I'm thankful to have such an incredible community. And I'm beyond thankful to have people who even care to sit and listen to me ramble and tell my stories and just be interested in anything that I do, let alone, pay my bills because of it. It's incredible. I don't think I want to make a part 3 to my paranormal experiences. I think I had mentioned it in the live a few times, or in some of the lives I've done a few times, where we had some really crazy experiences at an Airbnb in Kentucky, beginning of this year. And I am still planning on doing a full board video with that, with everyone who was involved. It's just kind of been on the back burner for a little bit. But before we go, I would like to mention essentially the additional experiences that I had following moving into what we call the Millwood House. It was a house on Millwood Street here in Wichita, Kansas. Things with my dad when we lived there. My dad, I will say in general, had a lot of anger issues. I think he's doing a lot better now. But those didn't necessarily just, go away. Life obviously got better. I got my own room. I met a girl that I fell in love with at that time. I was in high school. Lots of changes were happening at that time. But to get into the paranormal experiences, because there's really just a couple, thankfully, and they weren't nearly as catastrophic or terrifying, I guess, as some of the other ones that I've lived through have been. So I want to say in mid-2009 or so, we had a really bad thunderstorm. A bunch of people got hail damage, not only on their cars, but like their houses. Our house was a little over 100 years old, had been remodeled, but the roof was older, and we got significant hail damage on our roof and had to have our roof replaced. So I want to say like a week or two, my room was upstairs, so I could hear everything, of course, but a bunch of construction work was going on, them repairing and replacing the roof. And once that was done, I remember, actually, it was the night that they finished. I was asleep on my bed. I remember having basically a night terror, which is really, really rare for me. And by night terror, or maybe that's not the correct terminology, I'm not so sure. But basically where I woke up and I couldn't move and I couldn't breathe. And it obviously that's terrifying enough in and of itself. But then I heard what sounded like, it had to have been like a chorus of people whispering in my ears, both sides, like coming from nowhere and yet everywhere. And, I was a bit older at this point. I was, 15 going on 16. And I remember it scared me so bad that I wouldn't sleep in my room for the next probably 2 weeks, pretty much until I got sick of sleeping on the couch. And I finally kind of convinced myself to go back up there. So that was one of them. As an adult, the girl that I dated at that time, that I had been dating since high school and then into early adulthood, I believe she developed schizophrenia. It ran in her family, but she began to develop into a person that I couldn't recognize. It wasn't the person that I had been in love with. I remember looking into her eyes and I wasn't able to recognize her anymore. It got that bad. Whether that was related to anything that could have been in the house or not, I'm not totally sure. But what I would consider the genuine paranormal experiences that followed us breaking up and her moving out. I was all of a sudden by myself in this big house. And with that, I do think there comes a little bit of a level of anxiety. And I have anxiety problems anyways, so I will admit that. But I would hear essentially what sounded like someone breaking in, a lot of nights. And it started to freak me out to the points where, and I didn't have a gun at the time. All I had was this, I call it a Rambo knife. It's just like a big military knife, to where I was sleeping upstairs and sleeping with that knife in case, if someone really was breaking in, they would have to deal with me when they got upstairs if they chose to come upstairs. There was one night where it was storming really, really hard. And I remember kind of having that feeling, and it was freaking me out. The power went out for a short while. And I remember going downstairs and, knife in hand, anxieties through the roof. I had heard banging. I had heard what sounded like someone was pulling on the door. This time, the back door was pulled all the way open. It was completely flung open. There's lightning lighting up the backyard. It's pouring rain. And I remember, A, being freaked out, but B, trying to find whoever had caused that. And there was nothing. There was no footsteps in the mud. Obviously, there wasn't anyone there. There was no evidence that there was anyone there. And I always deadbolted that door because it was a shotgun style house, the front door and the back door. Those are the only entrances aside from Obviously the windows and that type of thing. That was strange. Whether it was truly paranormal or not, I'm not sure, but it definitely was worth mentioning. And then there was one other time where it was just me, and at this point, I had kind of gotten a little more comfortable with living by myself. My room, I had moved it downstairs, and kind of like in the master bedroom, that was, if you had walked in the front door, it would have been on the right-hand side of the house. But I remember feeling some dark feelings in that room as well, just in the house in general. And one night when I was sleeping, I remember being woken up to what felt like something biting my neck. I still to this day, I don't fully know if it was like a half dream state or what have you, because it was just me and my cat Kara that lived there at the time. But I remember this was like midwinter, and I remember kind of waking up or being in that dream state and going outside of my front door and just standing there, and then eventually making my way back inside, which if that was a dream, that would have been extremely strange. Obviously I can't prove that it did or didn't happen, but upon waking up to feeling like I was being bit in the neck, I remember feeling around my neck, and in there to the right of the bed, there was a big closet that had mirror doors. So I remember looking into the mirror doors, and there was just enough light coming from the internet box to where you could kind of make things out. And I remember seeing this like little, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a little like gargoyle creature that was on my neck, and I remember pulling it off of my neck, and then all of a sudden it wasn't there. That I was like, I didn't even know, like I thought I had to have been dreaming or something, and I very well could have been, to tell you the truth. But those are the only what I would consider paranormal-esque things that happened living in the Millwood house, aside from some hypnagogic hallucinations with Megan after she moved in quite some time later. So with that being said, I have had other experiences as an adult, some pretty recent ones actually, like this year and even last year. But I'll cover those in due time. I hope all around you guys have enjoyed my storytelling and just my rambling and just kind of how Mystery Archives came to be, as well as getting into my experiences. I told this story before in a video called NASA Engineer Claims Demons Attacked Him, the Bill Vale story. After making this video, Bill personally reached out to me and thanked me for sharing his story, but there was some information that needed to be corrected. And after lots of back and forth chatting with one another, I can say with great honor that Bill has chosen me to help clear the air and get the most accurate retelling of his harrowing story out to the world. Bill did want to include his reasons for sharing his story in the first place: to expose Satan, to offer hope that there is a way out, and to pass on the lessons learned from this, what worked and what did not work. With that being said, he was also generous enough to provide a signed copy of his amazing book, which was the source material for the original video, as well as this now more accurate retelling. So please, stay tuned till the end of this video for that giveaway opportunity. Now, let's begin telling this absolutely incredible tale. After a chance encounter with a strange ritual, Bill would find himself plagued by a merciless evil, one that threatened to ruin his very existence. Yet he was just as haunted by a burning desire to know the truth about what was tormenting him. First things first, in the original video I referenced that Bill was a NASA scientist. However, this isn't totally true. He was, however, an operations quality manager for a NASA subcontractor. So although there was misinformation repeated over many mediums, this is what he truly did. So there was a connection, but he did not directly work for NASA. The claim that he worked for NASA was erroneously added to the television show that Bill did, and he's tried to get the truth out since. Bill would find his life taking a sudden turn when he and his wife finalized their divorce in 2002. Feeling burnt out and needing a fresh start in life, he quit his job in the aerospace industry and moved to his hometown of Arlington, Texas, to be with his younger brother, Bob, and reconnect after many years. Being burned out from high-stress jobs, Bill searched around for anything different to do with his life and his time. Before long, he accepted a job at a water purification company, and his brother Bob joined him later, so they had the opportunity to work together. During this time, he looked around for a house and found one well within his budget that was a good fit for him, and the deal was made. In fact, the deal was so good that it seemed almost too good to be true. Early during Bill's employment at his new job, his employer had received a call from a client asking for someone to be at her house at exactly 5 p.m., not a minute before or a minute after. Wanting to prove his competence to his fellow co-workers, Bill accepted the job. He kept a keen eye on his watch as he drove through the suburban streets of Arlington to make sure that he would arrive right on schedule as promised. When he reached his destination outside an ordinary-looking home, the first noises he heard were the muffled screams of a woman from inside the house. Raising an eyebrow and feeling that something wasn't quite right, and hoping that they would just cancel the appointment altogether, he walked to the front door and knocked at exactly 5 p.m. At first, there didn't appear to be any interruption in the woman's yelling. He couldn't make out much of what she was saying till he heard unmistakably, "In the name of Christ, I command you to leave these men." After ringing the doorbell several times with no response, and knowing that the woman was just on the other side of the door, continuing her orders, he knocked. Then the door opened, and a strange woman stood in the small crack that had been created. She stared at him with a blank expression, as though looking through him. Behind her, he could make out the figures of 3 men on their knees in a darkened room. At that, Bill bolted to his company van as fast as his legs could carry him. He called his employer and told them that he would never take a call from that client again. Although the interaction was strange, Bill simply thought at the time that these 3 young men had done something terribly wrong, and that this was the woman's way of punishing them. Later that night, Bill's heavy bed shook violently for what seemed like several seconds, almost to the point of knocking him off of it. All he could do was be tossed back and forth and hold on as best as he could. Still in awe of what had just happened, Bill set about attempting to see just what had happened and what had caused this. Although wide awake and knowing what had happened was real, he somehow convinced himself that he must have simply been dreaming, so he laid back down and slowly drifted back off into dreamland. The following morning, nothing else in his house appeared to have been shaken by the quake. The clocks in his room read 3 a.m., and he wasn't terribly convinced that it was in fact an earthquake that had caused the disturbance in the first place. Later that day, he would search to see if an earthquake had in fact been recorded the previous night, but no such quake had happened. After this incident, dove birds would begin gathering in the trees outside of his home. So much so that the realtor who sold him the house was baffled. Quoting Bill here, "I was on the phone with the real estate agent when the trees in my yard became full of doves. There were hundreds of them, and they were so loud that I could not hear the conversation. I had to call the agent back later. This was within a day or so of me moving in, and then it never happened again." Strange, no doubt, but only the mere beginning of many strange things to come. Bill started to notice the pervasive and almost smothering smell of bacon in his home, as if someone were constantly cooking an entire package on his stove. Other odors began filling his home at random times as well, from the pervasive scent of ozone to perfume, then more intense odors like those of sulfur and feces. The atmosphere from here would grow ever darker. Each time Bill seemed to cross the threshold into his home day after day, the feeling of his house grew more heavy and foreboding, with a strong feeling of doom and evil. Mysterious areas of cold temperatures in the house became normal, and although Bill would try his best to find an explanation that it was caused by the AC or poor insulation or a draft. Obviously, being a smart guy, I'm glad Bill took so many steps to debunk things. But some manifestations are just not explainable, as we'll continue to see. At night, he'd experience things that would only get darker and more sinister. He would wake in the early morning hours to the sensation of a small creature, like that of a cat or a dog, running across his feet. But his dogs were kenneled at night. They would also growl and even bark at seemingly nothing in different areas of the house. I did also want to note that I had previously mentioned the various smells that would invade Bill's home, one of them being that of fecal matter. This did not occur because of any animals that Bill owned. The activity would continue, however, would be so slight as to be easily ignored, or even if it couldn't be ignored, Bill would simply accept that even if he did not know of a logical explanation, it was out there somewhere. The watershed moment for Bill came when he sat down to watch TV one evening. Suddenly, he watched as a water bottle that had been sitting on his kitchen counter from the night before flew across the room and bounced off the wall next to his head. It was at this point that Bill, in all of his logic and intelligence and experience, had to finally admit that he was dealing with something that fell under the realm of the paranormal, for he had no other explanation, no other reasoning that would make sense of the months of unseen forces toying with him. At this final acceptance that this was in fact something supernatural, the phenomena began to kick into a much higher gear, and the phenomena deepened beyond just sights and affected Bill's surroundings. Bill began to hear, as he describes, evil hissing sounds, and these would wake him up and would be accompanied by awful scratches on various parts of his body. Bizarrely, all white-colored things within his home began to be turned black. Black stains would appear on the carpets and walls for no apparent reason and with no discernible cause. As Bill would tell me, it took a lot of effort to scrub these dark spots, and I never did truly know why they showed up or what the purpose or message they were supposed to convey, other than just trying to unsettle me. Electronic technicians frequented his house, often due to the constant flickering of lights, failure of his computer, and television, and many of them stated that they had never seen anything like it in all of their experiences. His phone would call random people in the middle of the night while he slept, always around 3 a.m. in the morning. Bill called his phone company to attempt to find a solution to the problem, and during his phone call with the representative, a strange, aggressive voice could be heard, speaking in a language that neither of them could understand. The representative confirmed that they heard it as well and were baffled as they used a secure line that a third party wouldn't be able to hijack. One night, while calling his friend Michael, who happened to be a sound engineer, the same voice appeared on the phone line. Bill told Michael to hang up and that the voice was evil. Michael had already turned on his recording equipment, which he used to record plenty of podcasts and other auditory material. However, upon reviewing the tape recording, he could only hear Bill speaking on the other end of the line, for which he had no explanation. I've heard of this happening in other cases as well, that demonic forces often manipulate things to unnerve a person and manifest themselves, for example, over the phone. In another video, I told the story of the case of a woman named Julia and psychologist Dr. Richard Gallagher, where the line was secure, and yet low, evil voices invaded the calls between Gallagher and the priest who was involved at that time. Bill, needing more confirmation that other people were seeing what he was seeing, that he wasn't losing his mind, decided to invite his brother over and asked him to stand in his closet with the lights off. Bob stood in his brother's closet with the door closed. He would emerge a little later, disgruntled, and Bill had asked if he had seen anything, and he replied, "I think your closet needs to be cleaned out." Bob would later reveal that during his time in the closet, 2 large boxes had fallen behind him, and the cord for the overhead light had whipped him in the face, as if it was grabbed by an unseen hand. It spooked him enough that he didn't wish to talk about it further. Bill and Bob loved to golf, as it was one of the few times that they would get to come together and unwind and catch up on what was going on in each other's lives. One day, the trunk to Bob's car slammed shut while they were attempting to retrieve their golf clubs. They were unable to recreate the same occurrence on their own, as the trunk required some effort to close, and there was no wind to speak of on that day. At one point, when Bob was at Bill's house in his den, sitting at his bar, while writing down information for appointments, he began to hear something rustling around in the trash can out of his sight. He ignored it for a time, but soon thought that possibly Bill's dogs were getting into the trash, so he stood up and walked over to inspect it. However, not only was the trash can untouched, but he also had to pass the dogs, who were still in their kennels, in order to inspect it. On another occasion, he briefly used Bill's house as a pit stop on the way to an appointment, and after using the restroom, Bob noticed that the sway light hanging from the ceiling was moving back and forth quite erratically. He assumed it must have been an AC unit making it move. It was only later, when asking Bill about it, that he learned that in fact, there was no AC unit anywhere near that light. When Bob and his wife were at Bill's house for dinner, Bill watched the television and saw something move out of the corner of his eyes. He stood up immediately, wanting to make sure that he wasn't the only one seeing whatever this thing was. He quickly had Bob sit down and watch the TV to see if he noticed anything out of the corner of his eyes as well. Soon, a look of shock came over Bob's face as he saw something move in and out of his closet. When Bob's wife sat down, she gasped after a moment as well. Then all three began to sketch what they had seen, and all of them drew the same thing. Small, 2 to 3 foot tall beings, that looked like imps. For those unaware, imps are demons from European folklore and myth that are depicted as small, mischievous, and goblin-like, and were the familiar spirits of witches or even the devil's personal attendants. After this, Bill told them everything he had been experiencing, and Bob offered to let him stay over to get away from it all, everything that was tormenting him. But he declined. His reasoning was that he felt that if he left, it would be like running away and letting whatever was attacking him win the battle. Following this, his bedroom became a constant source of torment, as the bed would shake sometimes violently, and other times only just enough to keep him awake. Small hands would depress his mattress and hit him from underneath. He would feel invisible beings slide into bed next to him, and often heard loud knocks, bangs, and scratches from inside the walls. He would receive scratches and bruises without explanation. He then began to see the apparition of a ghost cat and strange cold mists in his house. The home at this point was a place full of an abyssal foreboding presence. Bill desperately wanted all of this to stop, to reclaim his home and his life. He began to research the occult, the paranormal, and anything and everything online and in literature that could give him a better understanding of what he was dealing with and possibly how to remedy it. I can relate heavily with this, although I'm very fortunate that my main experiences as I told them in the Willow Street Nightmare and the Cedric Horror, also known as my personal experiences, took place when I was a child. It has led me down the path of a lifelong fascination with the paranormal and the demonic. I think for me anyways, and perhaps Bill as well, that it's part of not only trying to find a solution in the active situation, but to later cope with just what we had experienced. The activity was also starting to take a toll on Bill's health. He found himself sick often, and taking trips to the hospital much more than he used to. Part of these new ailments included the searing and horrendous pain of cluster headaches. As Bill would tell me in our conversations, watch a YouTube video on them to get an idea of just how bad they are. They call them unaliving headaches because they are so severe that people have unalived to end the pain. Cody, I would have tried anything to resolve them at that time. It is said that cluster headaches are the worst pain a person can have. And trust me, they are correct. In continued efforts to defeat the evil forces he now was battling day in and day out, Bill decided to call paranormal investigators, teams of people who brought state-of-the-art equipment to answer the question of if the supernatural existed and if there is life after death. He went through many teams, none of which seemed to be very scientific, according to Bill. That is until he found the team known as Did You See That, or DYST, which to Bill had the right kind of logical and rational mindset to properly investigate the beings that infested his life. He found their number and dialed it right away. From here, Bill's life would only continue to go down a rabbit hole he never would have found himself going down otherwise. It was a Saturday night when Bill heard a knock at his door. For some time now, he had been inviting groups of strangers into his home to investigate the happenings in his house. He had seen many come and go, usually only for a night, and none of them had truly been able to help. When he opened the door this time, there was only one man standing there to greet him, and his name was Brian Hall, the founder of DYST, a paranormal team that claimed that they did not search for ghosts, they searched for answers. Brian founded DYST in 2005 with his friends in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas. They performed investigations and posted their findings on MySpace and began to receive emails and calls from people wanting their aid and expertise in the paranormal. Part of the group's procedure was to begin with a single member of the team giving an assessment of the location before bringing in the rest of the team or any equipment. Brian quickly noted the oppressive atmosphere in the house, and once he had made his rounds, he gave the okay for the rest of his team to begin the second phase. The team was full of various experts in their fields, with a critical eye for anything that could possibly cause noises or strange phenomena in an ordinary house. They searched the house from top to bottom, and once they were satisfied that they had identified any possible areas of false evidence, they went outside and returned with their equipment. They set up a command post in the living room with cameras and audio recorders throughout the house, trying to pick up anything that could be lurking within its depths. That night, however, was relatively uneventful. As we also know from studying many cases here on the channel, these things, the paranormal, can't always be invoked or replicated to study because of the pure sporadic nature of it all. After the team had departed with little to go on, Bill called his mother to tell her how the investigation went. During the call, Bill heard 3 distinct knocks, as if the house was declaring its own malevolent victory. Unlike the previous investigators, DYST would eventually return over the course of the next several months to continually probe the home for its dark and sinister secrets. A variety of activity began to reveal itself to the members of the research team. Shadow people, imps, and even the disembodied apparition of a ghost-like cat were experienced by the crew, just as Bill had been experiencing. On one occasion, the team brought in lasers for a particular experiment. The tech was designed to cast a laser grid in the darkened room. This technique is intended to detect even the slightest movement that might be invisible to the naked eye. The first night came and went with nothing of note. The second was much like the first. But on the third night, where the crew used this laser grid, Bill, Brian, and the team sat in the command center, and they all heard a loud crash from Bill's bedroom. Upon inspecting the bedroom, they found the laser device on the floor. The device had been thrown by a powerful and unseen force. It had been flung so hard that it had struck the bed, bounced off, and collided with the dresser where it had been fastened before hitting the floor. They first checked the cameras, only to find their batteries drained of all power. This was a common occurrence during their investigations at the house, and it was a pervasive obstacle to finding any visual evidence. The team noted times when they could audibly hear the moment when their cameras were switched off by something that they couldn't see. Luckily, they found that the audio recording devices were still functioning when the phenomena occurred. When they played back the audio, they not only heard the loud crash, but something else entirely. They heard a disembodied voice say, "He's coming. Put it back on," just before the laser crashed to the floor. Bill was amazing enough to not only provide all the footage I've used for the lasers, but the actual EVP as well, which I'll play for you now. Despite the lack of visual evidence, Brian was determined to catch the phenomena on video. The next time they arrived at the house, they brought even more cameras and laser grids. They set up the equipment as before and let the newest teammate, Sean, lay in the bed in the master bedroom and asked, "If you're here, can you give me a sign?" Within an instant, the laser moved with a violent force, causing Sean to cry out in surprise. The rest of the team rushed into the bedroom to gather the equipment and to assess the evidence. All but one camera had been completely drained of power. This device had been pointing directly at the laser. The footage caught not only the laser being shoved, but a strange mist that formed around the laser, turning into a violent and aggressive vortex before the activity occurred, then finally dissipating after its conclusion. During another investigation, Bill and his brother Bob and his wife Cindy attended. In addition, Bill invited his friend Chuck and his wife Melissa. Chuck Kelly had been longtime friends with Bill through golfing. To call him a skeptic of the paranormal would be an understatement. His wife Melissa, however, was a woman who not only believed in the paranormal, but was sensitive to it in a way that allowed her to see beings that would otherwise be invisible to the naked eye. For a long time, she had refused to ever go near Bill's home. Eventually, Chuck confronted her as to why. She said, "There is something in that house that's intelligent and evil. Something that knows that I know, and I'm afraid of what will happen if I go there." There is seldomly experiences that terrify me personally these days. With having studied so many cases and having had a good amount of my own experiences, but the feeling that there is not only something evil, truly evil, within a place, but that it's intelligent and that it seeks to intimidate or hurt you. Now, when you feel that, you feel it in your core, your very soul, your being. And this is something that will make you truly experience the feeling that we know as fear. As Bill reached out to Chuck, Chuck told his wife that she needed to speak with him because he needed her help. When she met with Bill, he revealed everything that had been happening, and despite knowing the danger of the entity in his home, Melissa was moved by Bill's plight and agreed to attend the next investigation with Chuck. The day of, she felt apprehension. She sensed that the entity was furious at her coming and wanted to harm her. Her mind's eye saw a beast, like that of an ape, throwing itself against the walls and windows of the house, daring her to come inside. So with a deep breath, she did. Upon entering and being greeted by Bill, she saw several small and hideous creatures gathered at his feet. When they stood on two legs, they looked like hunched-over little men. And when on all fours, they looked similar to cats, but with the hind legs that were thick, like those of a kangaroo. Seeing that no one else noticed these beings, she ignored them as best as she could as she continued her journey throughout the home. When she got to Bill's bedroom, she saw that the imps were at their most comfortable in his room and played across the furniture and the floor. Halfway into the room, she froze. She searched every corner of the room wide-eyed, with her hair standing on end. She sensed something horrible and smart lurking out of her sight in a corner of the room were in the closet. She didn't want to know what it was. She left the bedroom and refused to ever set foot in it again. When the DYST team arrived, they sat in the living room to wait while the team set up their equipment. Then she observed as the small creatures gathered around her in a group of 6. They were curious, like wild animals, sniffing her and testing their boundaries while not letting her get too close. She believed they were trapped by the dark entity who used them for more mischievous activities, such as tormenting Bill in his bedroom, noises, and subtle happenings. Chiming in once again here, I've come across many cases where this seems to be the case. Not necessarily the trapping of demons by other demons for the stronger one's deeds, but rather a dark spirit or demon holding other spirits captive to invigorate or empower themselves. I just find it interesting that this is yet another case that we can add to that list. While pondering this, she heard a commotion from the bedroom where the team was setting up. She saw a large black shape leap from that direction and onto the chandelier, causing it to nearly swing and collide with the ceiling. It jumped down into a corner to hide from the investigative team, before lunging onto the chandelier again and then bouncing into the opposite hallway. The large black shape took up the entire hallway entrance before it disappeared. Unsure of how to process what she had witnessed, she collapsed into her chair. The DYST team convinced her husband Chuck to sit in the closet in Bill's bedroom. He had utter confidence that nothing would happen. The lights were turned off, and Chuck just sat and waited. After several minutes, he became impatient and spoke loudly at whatever they told him was supposed to be there, attempting to provoke whatever it was. For a few minutes, nothing changed. But eventually, Chuck felt the atmosphere change, become heavy and oppressive. He heard hangers begin to clink together around him. The team saw Chuck emerge with wide eyes and a face as white as a ghost. And all he could say was there's something in that closet. Neither he nor Melissa stayed long after this occurred. Brian Hall, after thorough investigations, enlisted the help of any experts he could to try and help Bill. Reiki masters, Wiccans, Buddhists, occultists, anyone and everyone who could attempt to drive out these entities. But sadly, none of them worked. Bill became used to the look of defeat upon the faces of the people who had earnestly tried to help him, but ultimately accomplished nothing. Eventually, when Brian reached the end of his ideas, he sent a single email to Bill. It was straightforward and to the point. You need a priest. Throughout the trials that Bill was forced to face, he found himself struggling with borderline PTSD. He was constantly in a state of hypervigilance, looking over his shoulder and watching his peripheral vision for even the slightest sign of something supernatural. He was dealing with an opponent that he couldn't see, but one which could see him and even attack him at a moment's notice. The suspense kept him from sleeping, and he met each evening with dread. He could no longer distinguish his nightmares from reality. He had a habit of laying down and closing his eyes for a few seconds, and opening them up again to search for anything that had gone amiss. The fatigue would take its toll, and he would often nap in the daytime to offset the sheer exhaustion that he was experiencing on a daily basis. The months turned to years, and the activity inflicted a cost upon Bill's health. He had 2 bouts of pneumonia, 2 heart attacks requiring stents, and would continue to suffer from cluster headaches which Bill had never had prior. He only wanted the constant torment to end, yet he hid his turmoil quite well and became good at pretending that things were better than they really were, putting up a front of normalcy despite the reality of his situation. I feel like this is the only way that someone could continue to live through something this bad. It also affected those who visited Bill's home to the point that few stopped by, effectively isolating him. These entities, their goals are often to get you isolated and by yourself, so they can continue to torment you and feed upon your fear and negative emotions. At night, he would hear loud crashes inches away from his head. He'd awaken to find scratches all over his body, and always in threes. He'd get touched while laying in his bed, and hit, shoved, and would even feel the sensation as if he was being electrocuted. He looked around his room one night, wondering what was in the room with him, as he always did, when suddenly the covers were torn off of his body. He sat up in bed and saw a large black shape at the footboard looming over him. It stood 6 feet tall, with the body of a man. The man was wearing a trench coat and a fedora, all dark as the abyss. When Bill noticed it, it moved towards him, or rather, it floated. He felt an experience that went far beyond mere fear or dread. He described it as the sensation of pure evil. The shadow would travel the length of the bed, getting within 2 feet of Bill's face, and then would vanish. During the investigations, they had taped a dark mass in the very location this entity had disappeared. It dropped from the ceiling, making an audible thud on the floor. It would then dart rapidly across the room, rising above the bedroom window, and ultimately dissipating. Bill was so disturbed by this new threat that he did not and could not speak about it, even to friends. However, Bill was not the only person this entity he referred to as the Hat Man revealed itself to. A friend of Bill's, a woman named Devin, claimed to have seen this entity and believed it was friendly, and as a result, was not afraid of it. After apologizing for not warning her and showing Devin of the other examples of this same Hat Man entity appearing to others on the internet, he cautioned her that if she sees it again, to not communicate with it. It is not a friend. And unfortunately, Devin would not take his advice. Hatman would continue to appear to Devin, and at one point, Devin described it appearing in Bill's closet with glowing red eyes, uttering in a deep, growling voice that felt like it was scratching the interior of her skull. Kill Bill. My God, what a terrifying description. A voice so low and grating that it felt as if it was scratching the interior of a person's skull. Devin began to change after this event. She transitioned from frightened to angry, and finally to violent frenzy. Bill would often come home to find his house torn apart. He would later learn that the Hat Man had appeared many more times to Devin. It wasn't until Devin threatened Bill with a large kitchen knife in her hand that he began to see just how serious the situation had become. On one evening, after Devin had a tantrum of throwing and breaking things, Devin insisted to Bill, "He's here, and he wants you dead." Bill replied with, "It cannot kill me," trying to keep calm. Devin responded with, "Turn out the lights, you'll see," with a malevolent grin on her face. Bill was unsure whether he had lost his fear, no longer cared, or simply wanted to shake Devin out of the throes of this evil. Regardless, he shut off the lights. Although nothing happened, and Bill proved that the Hat Man had no authority over him, Devon's personality only grew more aggressive. Eventually, neither Bill nor the police, who were often seen at his home, could resolve the issue, and their friendship came to a sudden and terrible conclusion. Bill believed that this Hat Man was the general, the main source of evil around which all the other activity orbited, perhaps the main entity that had trapped the others and was calling the shots, so to speak. Bill began to learn from his experiences, accepting that he was in a war with an unseen foe that had tactics and strategy. They utilized scare tactics and fear to wear him down in a war of attrition, but he was quickly becoming a more worthy adversary against their assaults. Bill returned from a meeting and decided to lay down for a nap. He saw indentions like hands and feet in his mattress, so much that it became impossible to sleep. Then, a massive crash shook the entire house, as if something large had hit the side of his home. He shot up and inspected, looking for damage, but would find nothing. A second crash filled his house. He searched everywhere for any sign of destruction. His kitchen, his den, his office, but the same nothingness presented itself to him. He heard his car alarm go off, and he finally stopped in his tracks. He felt pure white-hot rage build up within him. He screamed, "I've had enough. You don't scare me anymore. I'm not the same person you picked on years ago. Show yourself and fight me. One of us is going to hell tonight, and it won't be me. This is God's house now. Leave this place." He heard another crash and ran towards it, continuing to yell that the entity show itself. Hell was unleashed inside of his home like a hurricane. Crashes and booms filled the air. Suddenly, the missing puzzle piece clicked. He knew that no amount of anger, desperation, or earthly knowledge would save him from this evil, so he called upon Christ to intercede. He screamed, "You were not invited. Under the authority of Christ, I demand you leave or be bound by your worst fears until final judgment." He repeated these words at each new crashing sound. Eventually, 30 minutes of unrestrained malice ceased, and a new peace finally filled his home. My God, the courage and overall fearlessness of Bill in this moment is truly commendable. I mean, just imagine putting up with these horrible things day in and day out, and holding out for so long. Although terrifying, no doubt, to have gone through, I'm glad that there was some sort of confrontation between Bill and whatever this entity we know as the Hat Man, because I definitely feel like it needed to happen. The days afterwards, Bill felt a new sensation amidst the peace, like that of a chained-up rabid dog in the distance, just watching and waiting for a chance to break free and back into his life. While occasionally things would happen afterwards, Bill no longer felt like evil dwelled within his home or his life. However, the encounters left scars, both psychological and physical. Bill still struggled with looking over his shoulder and being comfortable sleeping at night. His health effects from the ordeal also never truly improved. Whether it was from the evil presence or simply the stress of the events, he would never be sure. Although in our conversations, thankfully, Bill said he did vanquish the cluster headaches, which he believes were a byproduct of the otherworldly interactions. In the years since, Bill has studied and become an expert in demonology in order to help others fight against an unseen foe in their own lives. He founded an association called the United Paranormal International. Bill's story has been featured on the show Paranormal Witness in 2013, and abridged versions of the events have been featured across the internet and YouTube. Again, in our conversations, Bill would tell me that he had to be talked into telling his story on the show Paranormal Witness by their producers. He's truly a man that values his privacy, I can tell you that for sure, but that he became convinced that his telling of his experiences would ultimately, and hopefully, have a positive impact on people who could be experiencing something similar. Bill has given multiple interviews on various podcasts, but decided to set the record straight in his 2022 book, Satanic Warfare: Tactics of the Demonic. In it, he gives his own account, as well as the eyewitnesses in his life of the events that transpired. He also includes extensive entries over just what he learned concerning the demonic forces that stalked him, but he cautions anyone attempting to utilize his methods. They are the collections of his experiences, personal beliefs, and convictions, and cannot be considered scientific. They are also not guaranteed any degree to be successful. He says that spiritual warfare is a form of psychological warfare, utilizing fear tactics to wear a target down over time so that we give up spiritually and obey evil's power. It is based on negative emotions such as fear, stress, anger, and social disunity. As a victim grows weaker, the demons begin to appear stronger. The first line of defense is to have no fear against demons. He states that as fallen angels, demons still have rules that they must follow. They only enter our lives to the degree which we explicitly or implicitly allow. They are not all powerful, for if they were, they would not be forced to resort to scare tactics and trickery to wear down their opponent. However, they have the experience of the entirety of human history on their side when they wage war upon human souls. Once you acknowledge that there is in fact a demonic presence, the only recourse you have is that you must call upon the name of Christ. Bill has since retired and moved out of the house within which he suffered for so many years. He now lives with his wife Carolyn Vale and his stepson Ryan in Arkansas. In Bill's story, we have seen how curiosity can be used as a doorway that can lead to knowledge and understanding. However, curiosity can be used as another kind of doorway, one that once opened can unleash an abhorrent darkness into our lives, one that is not always so easily cast out. I would not only like to thank Bill for being amazing and providing the clarifying details, the evidence, and overall just for being so down to earth and patient with me to make this video happen. In all honesty, I find him to be a truly genuine person, and in my opinion, it only adds to the credibility of his story. If you liked this video, please give it a like, share it with the world so we can spread Bill's true story and clear up any misinformation that could still be believed. And subscribe if you're new here with notifications. Bill did also want to add a personal statement. He says, "Cody, I so appreciate your hard work in bringing the facts to light. It has been a long, hard slog to correct many of the inaccuracies being told online. My goal is, and has, and shall remain, to get to the truth. Your efforts and hard work will, I hope, accomplish this, as I know you're a sincere individual who wants nothing more out of this story but to help people and to give them hope that there can be a positive outcome, to remind people that this is a spiritual war and must be fought as such. Thank you again, my friend. You did a great job." After a terrifying encounter with a demonic entity in the woods outside of their home, two brothers find themselves under attack by dark and malevolent forces.
With no place of refuge from torment, not even their own home, will they escape the wrath of a real-life nightmare they have unearthed, or will the darkness take them? This is the untold story of the demonic Shadow Man case that was experienced by brothers Tom and Tim Yancey. With the majority of my audience not being subscribed, please consider subscribing with notifications on, liking the video, and leaving a comment, as well as checking out one of hundreds of videos available on my channel. Thank you. Lake Worth, Florida, founded in 1913, the city plays home to the arts, boasting festivals, boutiques, music venues, and a historic theater. But amongst the songs, paintings, and acting, it is also the home to something evil that lurks just beneath the surface. In the late 1960s, the Yancey family called Lake Worth their home. Living near the mostly underdeveloped southern woods in the town at that time, brothers Tim and Tom, along with their father Sonny and mother Barbara, up until this point, had lived a rather quiet life. Tim would describe his childhood home as a very peaceful and remote place to live. It was fairly isolated and in the middle of nowhere. His mother Barbara was a beacon of light and joy, a woman who always had a diamond smile upon her face. His father was a stern man, a battle-hardened Korean War veteran, who then worked as a carpenter doing construction. Sonny suffered from PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, as a result of the war, and according to Barbara, was a totally different person when he came back. He had been a sergeant in charge of a mortar platoon during the war, and would very rarely speak of what had happened. Although both of the brothers later would recall that he told them a few different stories of his time there. One story, that following a battle, he had to arrange for mass graves to be dug, and for bulldozers to lay the dead to rest. While suffering with PTSD, Sonny tended to have a short fuse on his temper, but for some reason, this particular summer, it seemed to get inexplicably worse. Where the family lived was remote and surrounded by lush woods, and prior to being settled, the land where the house now stood had been heavily utilized during the slave trade, as well as being the home to numerous bouts of violence between warring Native American tribes. So with the combinations of the terrors of war and those experiencing persecution, over the years, these heavy emotions seemed to leak into the earth, and the woods in and of themselves seemed to become a beacon for darkness, almost as if the black hearts of those who perpetrated the acts still rested beneath the leaves, sticks, and stones of the forest floor. Playing together as brothers often do, Tim and Tom would spend much time within those very same woods, bonding, exploring, and having a great time. Sonny had built a fort for the boys to enhance their time spent out there, and at this time, Tom was 12 years old, and Tim was 7. One chilly fall day, as Tom ventured into the woods alone, as he approached the fort, he began to get an eerie feeling, as if someone or something was watching him. With his inner voice screaming, he bolted and ran inside the fort. As he peered through the openings in between the various boards and peeking past the cloth-covered windows, at first he saw nothing. But as his heart began to subside from beating out of his chest, he began to hear the crunching of crisp autumn leaves around him. And through the darkness of the boards, he sees a silhouette of a creature, Although the figure appears man-like, something tells him that it's not of this world. Tom, doing the sensible thing, runs for his life, leaving the fort behind. Terrified at what he had just experienced, he decides to not tell anyone about what had happened. As Tom ventures back to the house, disturbed by what he had been through, Tim had entered through another path in the woods, blissfully unaware of his brother's plight. As the boy walks the crispy path of dried leaves, he too begins to feel as if he's being watched. Then in front of him, up in a tree, he sees something strange, something out of place. There in the tree, with the environment reacting around it, there appears to be some kind of creature, but this creature is either see-through or it's reflecting its surroundings, almost like a freakish distortion of reality, perhaps something that shouldn't have been within the confines of our reality. As his eyes grow larger with fear, this entity begins to make its way down the tree and then lands in front of him, mere feet away from the boy, hitting the ground with a loud thud. This is enough to truly frighten the young man, and he too, similar to his brother, decides to run for the house, the one place a child should feel safe to be. Tim frantically makes his way out of the woods and quickly into the arms of his mother, who was near the front door of their house. After explaining things as best as he could, Barbara calms him with the love only a mother can provide, asking him to calm down. She tried her best to convince him that it was perhaps an animal that he had startled, and that things would be okay. And although she did what she could, as we'll come to see, this would be far from what would take place. The brothers in due time would discuss the strangeness of their experiences in the woods with one another, confiding in each other, and trying to make sense of just what this thing or what these things were. Fearing that even talking about it could prompt a visit, the boys did their best to move on and shift their focus to other activities, fearing that if they spoke of it, they would invoke the wrath of what they began to call the Shadow Man. During the day, things seemed to regain a small amount of normalcy, but at night, the brothers began to see the very same figure outside, usually near the tree line, presenting a thick, man-like shadow, always watching and lurking like a wild animal stalking its prey. One night, as the moon peeks through the clouds overhead, Tim is jolted awake out of a sound sleep. With his eyes opening and slowly adjusting to the darkness of his room, he tries to make sense as to why he was suddenly woke up. As he glances towards his window, with the faintest amount of moonlight illuminating the room, he sees a shadow go past. Scared, but getting up to investigate, he reluctantly looks, and he sees nothing. Thinking that perhaps his mind is playing tricks on him, Tim lays his head back down to try and sleep again. But as he gets comfortable, right before he closes his eyes, he again sees this menacing shadow pass by his window. Attempting to wake up his brother, but unable to do so, he once again gathers the courage to take a look through the window. Peering around their yard and towards the tree line, there in the mists emanating from the woods, he sees the shadowy outline of a man. And this man appears to be staring directly into his soul from afar. It then suddenly begins to rush towards him. Absolutely petrified with fear, the young man lets out a blood-curdling scream. His brother quickly wakes up, and so do his parents, with Sonny being the first inside the room. He asks just what is happening. After being told by Tim that there was a man in the yard, he quickly grabs a flashlight and begins sweeping the property. He ultimately would find nothing. Several weeks later, as the boys slept in their room, 12-year-old Tom starts acting strangely. Waking up to the sound of footsteps, Tim sees his brother in the middle of their room. As he calls out to him, He receives no response, and Tom then begins to walk and leave their room. Calling out to their parents as well as his brother, Tim continues to follow him as he descends the stairs, headed towards their front door. With Sonny and Barbara rushing close behind him, they watch as Tom heads out of the front door and into the yard. As Tim would describe it later, it was as if he was being called out to something, or there was something drawing him into those woods. It was very frightening for me, because I knew there was something out there, and I didn't understand why this was all happening. Sonny is able to wake the boy up as the four stand in the yard. Tom seemed to have been sleepwalking, unaware of what was taking place. Although this hadn't happened previously, and was completely new to the family, this incident would be far from the last. For the next several weeks, Tom would continue to sleepwalk. At times, with other members of the family unaware that he was missing, Tom would find himself waking up next to the lake, out in those foreboding woods. To try and keep the boy from sleepwalking, his parents began to implement measures to keep him from leaving the house. Frustrated, and understandably so, having to get up late into the night, what soon became night after night, with Tom often able to maneuver his way out of locked rooms, they took to stacking chairs in front of the boy's room, in hopes that this would prevent Tom from escaping and potentially hurting himself under one of his spells. Later that night, after the family had gone to bed, Tom took to waking up as per usual. As he aimlessly tries to unlock the door to their room, he wakes up Tim. Fearing that his brother would wake up their father, he tries to get him to wake up and realize just what he's doing. And while this is taking place, the closet door directly across the room from Tom begins to shudder, and then it opens by itself. Then, as if he was being controlled like a marionette puppet, Tom would turn around, face the closet, and then walk inside. Then, with the boy inside, the door would shut behind him, once again seemingly by itself, as if it were operated by unseen hands. Tim, scared but also transfixed on what was taking place, began to hear a conversation. He heard his brother speaking, then he heard another voice, a low, gravelly, deep voice. This frightens the young Tim so bad that despite his fear of his father, he calls out to his parents for protection, and thankfully, his parents heed the call. As they rush to push the chairs aside, they finally do, and then throw the door open to find out just what had happened now. Tim, pointing to the closet, indicates that Tom is inside. Heading to the closet door and opening it, they find the boy sat down inside now, apparently awake. Upon asking him just what was going on, all Tom could say was that there was a man in here. In later interviews, Tom would say that he remembers waking up inside the darkness of the closet to the voice of a man, and then upon speaking with him, towards the back of the closet, he saw two red eyes staring back at him. Despite knowing of their son's sleepwalking, his parents tried to argue that he was clearly messing around in the closet, possibly playing with toys. They then scolded both of the boys for waking them up, yet again. In the weeks to come, as their parents grow increasingly angry, the Yancey brothers continue to experience the abyssal force that they have come to refer to as the Shadow Man. One night, the entity seems to find a new way of terrorizing the brothers. Tim has suddenly woken up when he begins to feel small things hit his comforter and mattress. Feeling where the objects had fallen, his hands discover rocks like small pebbles. And thinking it was his brother messing with him, he asked him to stop and then laid his head back down onto his pillow. And then more of them started falling, pelting the blanket that covered him. He now knows for certain it is not Tom, because he's looking directly at him, and he is fast asleep. As the rocks continue falling onto him, he then discovers leaves and then pine cones as well. Then he feels something drop onto his head, and this something begins to crawl. Prying off whatever this thing was and throwing it, the boy begins to scream. Barbara soon comes to his aid, and upon turning on the lights, she too finds the stones, pine cones, leaves, and to her surprise, giant Florida cockroaches. It was as if the Shadow Man was bringing in things from the woods, but for what reason remained unclear. It was with this incident that Barbara began to notice that perhaps it wasn't just the boy's imaginations at work. Perhaps there was something terrorizing them. In the weeks that followed this incident, Barbara too begins to notice the ever-growing hostile environment within the home, and soon begins to seek answers from any and all sources. While her husband is at work and her children are at school, she purchases a Ouija board, and upon returning home, places it on the coffee table in the living room. Not being into the occult previously, she doesn't really know what she's doing, but wants to do her best to communicate with whatever could be there, and to try and seek answers as to why it was tormenting her family. She tries to make contact, but doesn't receive any answers. Later that day, the family retires to their beds to catch some sleep. Little did they know of Barbara's attempts to contact the other side, and little did they know that hell was about to be unleashed upon them. As everyone drifts off to dreamland, Tim once again finds himself being woken up out of a dead sleep. Perhaps it was his intuition. It's hard to know for sure why. But as he wakes up and sits up in his bed, he sees a dark hand emerge from the closet in their room. As the familiar fear grips him, he gets up and shakes his brother Tom awake. And to Tom's disbelief, as he looks ahead where his brother is pointing, he too sees the hand. And then a more fuller figure begins to emerge from the closet opening. Before both of their eyes, a shadowy figure emerges, casting itself onto the wall, with glowing red eyes staring at them. It begins to climb horizontally on the wall towards them. With the brothers absolutely shaken to their core, they scream for their parents as the figure dissipates, as if it was never there. The two then rush out of their bedroom and run up to their parents' bedroom. And although apprehensive because of their father, they would rather deal with his wrath than that of the Shadow Man. Doing a knock and then opening their door, Tim leads the boys and calls out to their parents. He tells them that the man was back and that he was on their wall like a fly. This bizarre statement from his son and the continuous lack of sleep prompts Sonny to explode. He tells the boys that there is no man, that they're dealing with the boogeyman, and that the boogeyman does bad things to bad kids, and if they were good, he would simply just go away. With tears in his eyes, Tim and his brother would make their way back to their bedroom. Tim would later recall, this notion that I was a bad kid, that I had done something wrong, and that something had come to punish me for my misdeeds, is something that has stuck with me my entire life. I didn't know what I had done to deserve this. From that point on, the boys keep silent about the nightmare experiences that they had had with the entity known to them as the Shadow Man. But the entity seems to grow ever stronger. But even though they have been silent, the rage that dwells within their father, Sonny, also continues to grow. Tim later again would say, he seemed to not understand what was happening in the house, and this led to a lot of family dysfunction. Whether this attracted whatever this thing was to us, or it fed off of the negative emotions or whatever, there was some kind of connection there. These entities seem to do this, and it's like a coupling. The entity attaches itself to a family and then continues to cause problems and seems to derive energy from this. As time passes, the boys find themselves awake on the night of Christmas Eve. Being rambunctious kids as some of us were, they decided to sneak downstairs to take a peek at some of their Christmas presents under the family tree in the living room. The boys seemed to be successful, not alerting their parents to their sneaky endeavors downstairs, when suddenly, loud booming knocks began to come from upstairs. Trying to figure out what could be causing it, they realized that they seemed to be originating from their room. Downstairs upon their mantel next to the tree, their mother had set up a nativity scene showing Mary, Joseph, and baby Jesus. As the banging intensifies further, the scene begins to shake and move. It then drops to the floor, shattering the porcelain figures. The breaking only adding to the cacophony of sound, now reverberating all throughout the house. Then the heavy footsteps of their father cuts through the noise. As he descends the stairs, the boys are trapped. He is pissed, and then he finds the shattered porcelain figures, and this further enrages him. As he interrogates the boys as to what they could have been doing, the boys deny causing the sounds or breaking the figures, but this too only serves to deepen his rage. Since the boys, quote, wanted to stay up, they could do so outside. Using a scare tactic, he marches the boys outside and into the yard, right near the tree line of the forest. He tells them that he was going to get a good night's sleep, and they were to stay outside all night. Little does he know, he has inadvertently delivered his sons into the arms of perdition. The air is cold and bites at their skin as a large moon hovers above them, and the low rustle of leaves surround them. The two young men, despite their best efforts to comfort one another, are absolutely paralyzed with fear as they stand in the darkness of the night. They both suddenly hear the crunching of leaves from behind them. Upon turning around, they are besieged by the Shadow Man yet again. Screaming for their mother as they run up to their deck, they beg to be let back into the house. Finally, their mother is woke up and forces their father to come with her and let the boys back in, finding the punishment to be cruel, especially since she knows herself that there are things at work that none of them understand. Tim would later say this when interviewed: "My father's anger continued to grow, and he became increasingly frustrated. He would blame the noises on us, and his punishments were severe. The goal of this monster seemed to be to create more anger, more chaos, and more depression within our family." The situation grew bleaker day after day. And on a cold and stormy night, as Tim laid in his bed, he was all too familiarly woken up, without warning. This time, however, something was different. His sheets and blankets were pulled from him. And as Tim would later say, "You know something's there. It's in the room with you, and you've got to reach down and pull those sheets back up." The boy reaches down to do just that, peering down as he grabs them off the floor. He thankfully doesn't see anything. Pulling them back over himself, now laying back down, he once again tries to get comfortable to sleep. As he starts to drift off, he then feels a sharp, searing pain on the right side of his ribs. Feeling this pain, his eyes pop open to find what appears to be a long, bony hand coming from underneath his sheets. Scared for his life, the boy screeches and runs as fast as his legs will carry him. But being this scared, he had his blinders on because he ran directly into the door that was locked to try and prevent his brother from sleepwalking and ultimately leaving the house. He smacks into the door with a visceral crack, screaming in pain and crashing to the ground. This prompted the attention of his parents, who came into the room to discover their son writhing in agony. They would quickly rush him to the hospital, and it would turn out that Tim had broken both of his collarbones. Following this event, as the months turned to years, things from here did not get any better for the Yancey family. Tom, being the oldest, when he became old enough, left the house as quickly as he could, no longer able to deal with the dark forces that dwelled there. Tim, Sonny, and Barbara would not see him for years. Details past this point are practically non-existent, but I will do my best to bring a conclusion to this very haunting case based on what I could find. Over the next 30 years, Tom would play college football and then become a career firefighter. Tim, given all the experiences he experienced before and after his brother left, would become a paranormal investigator and a park ranger. Drifting apart as people do, they wouldn't reconnect until after their parents were gone. Sonny and Barbara had continued to live at the same house the two had grown up in and had had all of their Shadow Man experiences. When the brothers inherited the house, they came back together to decide just what to do with it. Tom, who had done practically everything to never return to the house, would later recall that he had a sickening feeling in the pit of his stomach upon entering the house again, saying that it was just an evil, sickening feeling. As the brothers discussed things, it would become apparent that Tim wanted to move back into the home with his wife and reclaim it. So after working out a deal amongst themselves, that's exactly what Tim did. And by moving back in, he intended to cleanse the home, to rid themselves once and for all of this ominous presence that had caused them so much pain, the entity they knew as the Shadow Man. Prior to moving in, Tim would reach out to his friend Roy Hall, who had dealt with violent hauntings for many years, to help him perform a cleansing ritual of the home. Roy believed that the entity was demonic in nature and haunted the family because Tim's father was abusive. Sonny, who was a Korean War veteran, probably saw a good amount of the horrors of war. He believed that because of Sonny's PTSD, that perhaps the entity had been attached to the land and had seen this and exploited these problems as an entry into their lives, where it continued to wreak havoc upon all of them. As Roy would say in later interviews, these entities seek to cause further dysfunction. They feed upon it. The two men on a rainy and dreary afternoon would step into the home together. Roy would begin to pick up on the ominous, thick atmosphere almost immediately. Lighting incense and beginning various prayers, the two men go from room to room, cleansing. As they walk throughout the house, they sense that the presence is strongest in Tim and Tom's old room. Calling out to God to cleanse the house of all evil and negativity, the process took about an hour, but following it, the energy in the house seemed to be rid once and for all of the Shadow Man. Tim recalled that things felt different. They felt much lighter, as if we had displaced the negative energy within the home. In August of 2009, Tim, his wife Trish, and son Gabriel all moved into the Lakewood, Florida home. Although they never experienced anything to the degree the boys did while growing up within it, there still seemed to be an undercurrent of evil just right below the surface. In closing, it is believed that the dysfunction of the Yancey household was more than likely far worse than what the sons portrayed publicly, but to what extent, I'm not sure. I did my best to dig as deep as I could, and I believe Tim and Tom are both still alive with Tim still being a consultant to various paranormal groups across the country. I did want to say that their story was a terrifying and a harrowing one, and although somewhat anticlimactic in the end, as we know here on this channel, things don't always work out the way we want them to, and cases don't always have some kind of ultimate showdown. But a few questions I was left with after researching this case were, just what was the Shadow Man? Was it a demon? Did it exploit the vulnerabilities of the family, particularly Sonny, in order to create a feedback loop of negativity in which it could enrich itself with? And although from the outside looking in, those that are still with us who were involved seem to be doing okay, but just how has surviving the haunting affected these two men on a daily basis? Do they still think about it, as I occasionally do with my own experiences? All questions I may never have answers for, but one thing is certain. There was something evil that stalked the woodlands surrounding the Yancey home. Something stalking like a predator, seeking prey. And although things seem to be dormant for now, these malevolent entities may still be watching and lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. Don't let their victim be you.